A very good morning to you. You're watching GHOne television, and it's a beautiful Thursday morning. We're excited about the Thursday morning, particularly because you are tuned into GHOne television on this beautiful day that the Lord has made. And on a day like this, we say, this is the day that the Lord has made. So let us rejoice and let us be glad in the day. I'm very grateful that you've tuned into GHOne television. I'm happy that you've decided to make us number one on your TV today. And we're going to make sure that it is worth your while. Between now and 10 a.m., we're here with you to make sure that we bring you absolutely nothing but the very best from us. And so, once again, thank you for tuning in. And like we always love to begin our show with, let's take a look at a quote this morning. Something for you to think about as you go out and do the things that you have to do throughout the entire day. Let's look at our quote, which is by Tony Robbins. And it says, you've got to be in it to win it. Yeah, you've got to be in it to win it. You don't just straddle along or, just move along, go with the flow, and just be there without having any intention to win it. If you're doing something, you should have to make sure that you are doing it because you want it to be successful. You're doing it because you want to win. Like DJ Khaled will say, all I do is win, win, win. If you want to get to that point, you've got to be in it to win it. Don't go with the intention of, oh, I'm just participating. Oh, I'm just doing some. No, I don't want. No, you've got to be in it to win it, right? If that is not the mindset that you are going into it with, then it's not the best. You have to be in it to win it. And when you have that mindset, even if you don't win, you know that you gave it your best and you gave it your all. So be in it to win it. That's our quote of the morning and our quote of the day. And we always bring you a word of the day as well to help you to improve on your vocabulary. So we'll be bringing you that as well. And we'll be bringing you our video of the day as well. And of course, we'll get into the news review segment, or should I say the breakfast review segment, where there's quite a lot to talk about, right? The Supreme Court told us they were going to provide us with full reasoned judgment yesterday, by the close of yesterday, because the day before they announced their decision on the famous or infamous case that Alexander Kwame took to court with regard to seeking an interpretation of Article 97, 1 GNH of the 1992 Constitution. And we all know the stir that it caused in Parliament and the back and forth and the brouhaha. The Supreme Court has brought finality to the matter by giving a 5-2 judgment in favor of Afenyomakin's suit. The reasoned judgment is not out yet. When they were giving down the judgment, when the Chief Justice was reading the judgment, which took about 30 seconds to 1 minute, she indicated that the full reasoning of the judgment will be available by close of day yesterday. It still wasn't available. So today we want to see, we want to find out, is the judgment ready yet? And we can talk about all of those issues. So expect us to touch on that today. Also, Vice President Baumia is also promising free tertiary education. You know, we are in the campaigning period. He's in the Asante region campaigning, and he's promising free tertiary education for the children of cocoa farmers and free dialysis treatment for kidney patients beginning on the 1st of December. Yeah. They say, no, this is not a bit to get people to vote. This is because individuals who are suffering from all kinds of kidney diseases need the dialysis. And so from the 1st of December, they are rolling it out on the National Health Insurance Scheme. And so if you are registered on the National Health Insurance Scheme and you need dialysis, you'd be able to get it for free. We'll talk about that. Also, there is a World Bank report which is revealing that there's a lot of poverty in Ghana. About 30% of people are below the poverty line. These are some of the issues that we want to touch on later on today. But let's look at our word of the day this morning.
The word is BLASE. The E has an accent on it. Blase. It's an adjective. Blasé means not impressed or excited about something because you've seen or experienced it too many times before. Let's exemplify it. These days, voters have become blasé about loud political campaigns and promises. Blasé.
That's our word of the day. And from our word of the day, let's zoom in straight into our video of the day. We just played you our video of the day. That's a song by Castro and Asamoah. Yeah, it's a throwback, and so we took you to a throwback Thursday. And of course, you're still watching GH Today here on GHOne Television. And thank you very much for tuning in. Let's remind you that the show is streaming live on Facebook, and so you can join us on our Facebook live stream. And when you do join us on our Facebook live stream, you can leave your comments in the comment section. We'll be very happy to know what you think about the issues that we're discussing here on the show today. Of course, you can join us on our other social media platforms. You can join us on Instagram. You can join us on YouTube, where we also stream live. You can join us on X as well. Just look for GH1 TV. That is the handle. Look for GH1 TV and connect with us across all of our social media platforms. You can also see that there is a QR code right down here at the bottom of the screen. You can scan the QR code, scan it right now, and it will take you to our website and our social media pages, and you can follow and get more news, because we're always updating you on things that are happening in the country. That's what we do here at the GH1 television station. That's why we say that, of course, it's your best experience. And you see me wearing black today. It's not for any reason that I'm wearing black, but for the sad passing of a man who was, close to all of us. This is a personal one. This man was a very good man, and so today is his 1 week. I don't even know how to put this. It's sad when you think about it. So I just want to this morning, very briefly, before we carry on with the rest of the show, offer my condolences to the family of Oreku Asari Enim. I just want to offer my condolences to the family, condolences to Madam Selina Asari Enim, the children Irajwa, Irekwa, Aseda, Kwesi Enim Asari, and even Ama. Condolences to all of you. Ora, as he's affectionately called, he was my landlord, a very good man. And if I start talking about all the things that this man went through and just how he used to relate to everybody, tears will start flowing down my face, and I don't want that to happen. But this morning, I just want to say condolences to the Enim family, condolences to the Asari Enim family. The 1 week funeral rites, or should I say 1 week celebration of his passing, is today at Taifa, Norway. And so any friends and families and sympathizers would do well to pass by and observe, the 1 week of Mr. Oreku Inim's passing. So condolences to the family. We say that may God continue to strengthen you in these trying times. And, well, what we say is God knows best. But anyway, now that we have that out of the way, it's time now for Inside Out. So on Inside Out today, we've got some 23 days more to election 2024. In some 24 days, we're going to the polls to go and vote. We're going to choose our next president. We're going to choose our members of parliament. We're going to choose them through the Kokromoti power, through the power of our thumb. That's what we're going to do on the 7th of December. And it's everybody's responsibility. It's a collective responsibility of the entire country, those who are eligible to vote, who are 18 years and above and have registered to vote. It is our responsibility to practice or to participate in the democratic process of this country by choosing who will make this country better. And it is not a choice that we should take lightly at all. It's not a choice that we should gloss over. It's not a choice that we should just get up and be hoodwinked into making. It's a choice that we need to think critically about, and it's a choice that we need to make in the interest of the betterment of this country. And so on Inside Out today, what I want to do is just appeal to every single person who is going to go out there to go and vote. For those of you who have decided that you are tired of what has been going on in this country and you are not even interested in voting, and so you are not going to vote. See, the future of this country depends on who is in office at any given point in time. The good future of this country depends on who is in office at any given point in time. Which political party is in office, which man is president. The future of our country depends on it. And so if you sit down and fold your arms and you don't participate in the voting process, and there is apathy, you are giving the opportunity to others to decide for you and to decide the fate and the future of this country for you without you being a part of the process. So don't sit down and rest on your oars. So don't sit down and fold your arms and not participate in the voting process. It is very important that you participate in the voting process and you choose a leader who is going to make this country better for all of us. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has finished his term. He served from the year 2016 to 2020. Ghanaians gave him another mandate, and he's serving that mandate from the year 2020 all the way to January 2025. The president is finishing his term. He's going. He's done 2 terms. He's going. The future of the country is going to be given to another person. And whoever that person is has to take this country to the promised land. That is why I am saying that it is important that we vote based on who is going to make this country better. So the political season is here. All the political parties crisscrossing the country, trying to appeal to you and me to get us to vote for them. From the NPP to the NDC to the GFP, who have been disqualified now, to the independent candidates. We've got the LPG, we've got the CPP, we've got the APC, we've got, the independent candidates, Nana Kwame Bediako, Alan Chemanting, Reverend Pipi, all of those individuals. 13 candidates on the ballot. And everybody is selling their message. You've got Alan Chemanting crisscrossing the country with the Butterfly Movement, the Alliance for Revolutionary Change, telling you about his great transformational plan. His great transformational plan, he says it's not a manifesto, it's a GTP, great transformational plan as to what he wants to do to take this country to the promised land. You've got Hassan Ayargo of the APC also talking about all the things that he wants to do. You've seen the adverts of Kofi Akpalo of the LPG also telling you what he wants to do. You've seen Cheddar, aka Nana Kwame Bediako, aka Cheddar, also crisscrossing the country telling you what he wants to do. Of course, you've seen the CPP in there, and obviously you've seen a lot of the NPP and a lot of the NDC. In all of this, when you are making your choice, don't make a choice because, as for me, I'm NDC, and ever since I was born into NDC, and so even if I know that NDC is not going to be good for this country, I'm still going to vote for NDC because I was born and bred and my blood is NDC. And even if I don't believe in the policies that NDC is going to implement or what John Mahama is saying he's going to do, I'm still going to vote for the NDC because I'm NDC. Without critically thinking about the message that the NDC is putting out there and whether or not the NDC can truly take this country to the promised land. You see, let's move away as a country and as voters. Let's move away from the era of the politician coming to stand on a campaign platform and then saying, when I come, I'll do this for you, I'll do that for you, I'll do this for you, and then they'll give you t-shirts and then you just go and then without critically thinking about it, whether or not it's going to be possible for it to be done, and then go and vote for the person. Let's move away from that. Let's actually critically think about what is going to happen. You don't get up and say that, because I'm NDC and I'll be voting, my family, everybody is NDC, and so I'm going to vote for NDC, even though you've not critically looked at the policies and the promises that the NPP is making. Or those who were born into the NPP, I'm MPP, the elephant, it's a winning symbol. No matter what you do, I hate NDC and I'll never vote for MPP. I'll never vote for NDC. I'm born and bred MPP, and so no matter what you do to me, I'm going to vote for MPP. You shouldn't be thinking like that. You should think So this MPP that I'm going to vote for, what have they said that they are going to do for me? That I've decided that I want to go and vote for them. What have they, the things that they are saying that they are going to do, are they feasible or are they just trying to hoodwink us? Because see, in this campaigning period, they want your votes. Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, one of the main contenders, has been vice president. He is currently the vice president. He wants to take over. He wants your vote. He wants your vote. And so he will stand on the campaign platform and promise you all the things that you want to hear. Dr. Bawumia will promise you and tell you all the things that he believes that you want to hear, to tell you to vote for him. The question is, the things he's saying he's going to do, can he do it? Do you believe that he will be able to do it? Has he demonstrated his ability to do it? What is his track record? Even the quality of the promises, when you look at it, are these things that actually can be done given the current situation we find ourselves in as a country? You need to ask yourself, if Dr. Bawumia stands in front of you, or you hear him on TV or on radio telling you that you should vote for him, you should be critically analyzing what he says he wants to do for you. Because he's in office now. He's the vice president. And now he's also the flag bearer. He wants to continue with the MPP. Is it the best for you as a voter, as a Ghanaian? You should ask yourself that question. John Mahama, he's been president before. From 2012 to 2016, John Mahama was president. He's been there before. He wants to come back. And because he wants to come back, he'll also stand on campaign platforms and tell you all the things that he wants to do for you. You should ask John Mahama, you also have been president before. When you were president, what did you do that you think that now you can also come and do better? What policies are you bringing on board? How are you going to make my life better? The things that you are saying you are going to do, can you do those things? This is how we should be thinking as voters. So if Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is preaching on digitalization, you need to ask yourself, on that digitalization, how has my life become better? And if the digitalization moves forward, how is it going to put money in my pocket? How is it going to put food on my table? How is it going to help me cater for my family? Ask yourself that question. Or if he says, jobs, because Bawumia has said jobs friendly to the business community and all of that. The jobs that he's saying he's going to do, we are going to train people in digital space and create 1 million jobs and all of that. How feasible is that? How is it going to benefit me? How is it going to improve my life? If John Mahama stands in front of you and tells you 24-hour economy, 1 job, 3 shifts and all of that, realistically speaking, how is he going to implement that? You need to ask the questions, right? And we should all take cognizance of the fact that economically, we are not in a very good place. Ghana is in serious debt. That is why we did a domestic debt exchange program, right? And we did other debt exchange programs with, international bondholders and all of that. Ghana is in dire straits. Our tax debt has not necessarily been widened. So we are constrained fiscally. That is why we are under an IMF program. So fiscally, when I say fiscally, financially, in the economy, we don't have a lot of room to wiggle, right? And so revenue generation will be an issue. But here we have all of these politicians, John Mahama and Dr. Bawumia, promising that they are going to do heaven and earth for you. Now, one question we should ask them is, where are they going to get the money from? How are they going to generate the funds to be able to do all the things that they say that they are going to do? When Dr. Bawumia said, I'm going to do A, B, C, D, where is the money going to come from? When Mahama is saying, I'm going to do A, B, C, D, where is the money going to come from? Because practically speaking, it's going to be very difficult for us to generate the money that we need because we've not widened the tax net. So we need to ask critical questions and not just listen to the politicians when they stand there and say, I'll do A for you, I'll do B for you, and then we believe them hook, line, and sinker, and then we go and vote. No, we need to move away from that. We need to critically analyze the things that they say they are going to do for us before we choose. And that is the mindset with which we should be voting. Let's ask them the questions. Let's critically analyze the policies, the policy proposals. Where are they going to get the money from? And all of that. Right? Are they going to borrow more and add to our debt stock? What are they going to do? So that's all I want to talk about on Inside Out today with 23 days more to election 2024. Don't let the politician lie to you and you go and vote for them. Don't let them lie to you. Because for the politicians, they will say anything that they want to say in order to get you to vote for them. At the end of the day, like I said earlier, Vice President Bawumia is Vice President now. What is his track record? What is his credibility level? What can he do? Do you trust him to be able to do the job? Former President Mahama has been president before. He wants to come back. Do you trust that if he comes back, he'll be able to do the job when he was president before? Let's ask all these questions before we make a choice. That's it for Inside Out. Murtala Inusah is here in the studio, and Murtala, good morning to you.
Good morning, Lantam.
How are you doing today?
Nice, Grace. I'm good. How about you?
I'm mourning.
You're mourning.
Yeah, I'm mourning.
Why are you mourning?
I'm mourning.
Why are you mourning?
My landlord has passed, so I'm mourning.
That's sad.
Yeah, he was a very good man.
Very sad.
Yeah, I don't think you find many landlords like him here in Accra. You know, landlords give a lot of people headaches and problems.
When you see a tenant praising the landlord.
But for my landlord, he was that one landlord who would not give you any problem whatsoever.
Wow.
Yeah.
We need such landlords.
So yeah.
Ladies, you know.
So today is his 1 week. We are commemorating 1 week of his passing.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why I'm in black.
May he so rest in
So I'm mourning.
peace. We need such more.
So condolences to his family.
Yeah. It's very tough when you lose a loved one like this, and for a tenant to be saying this of the landlord, it means he's a special person.
So I don't know whether anyone is going to find a landlord like him anywhere here in Accra. Like
he's lived good.
But anyway,
and yes,
may he so rest in peace.
Absolutely,
and condolences to his family. But let's talk about all the things coming up in court today. I know a lot of people are interested in one particular issue that came up in court yesterday.
Are you also interested?
Yes, I'm interested.
Why
in fact, there are two things that people are very interested in that came up in court yesterday. The very first one is the reasoned judgment of the Supreme Court. We were expecting it yesterday.
Yes.
So that we'll read the judgments and know the 5 who granted Afeyomakin's, application or rates.
Yes.
Why they did that and what their reasoning is, because the reason why we are all interested in this is because in the lead up to this determination being made by the Supreme Court, there were all kinds of arguments for and against. Those who believe that the clause in the Constitution doesn't mean that if you are in the same parliament and you leave and you say you want to be an independent candidate, you have to vacate your seat. There are those who also, are saying that, well, it is in the same parliament, and so by all means you have to vacate your seat and all. So there were different sides. So we want to see, understand, where the judges are coming from,
reasons.
so that we know, because there are 5 who agree and there are 2 who disagree. So we want to know, why is the judgment not ready?
Yes, so like you mentioned, the Chief Justice was clear on Tuesday when they delivered their judgment. She said that, look, the judgment will be ready, their full reasons will be ready or will be filed at the registry of the Supreme Court by close of yesterday, November 13, and it will come with their orders. So as she said, we followed suit to find out whether indeed that judgment is ready for us to examine the content of it, because as we speak, we do not know the reasons. We're talking about interpretation of Article 97, 1G and H. And remember that when the Chief Justice was delivering that short decision, she said that the 2 justices dissented on jurisdiction.
Yeah.
So there's more that we need to look out for.
Jurisdiction of the Supreme Court.
You notice that one of the issues that came to the fore was that the Supreme Court do not have jurisdiction to sit on the matter. And that
when it comes to the declaration of seats vacant.
That particular matter that they have in head, the lawyers of Speaker, from the word go, they say, no, this amount of interference on Parliament's work. Parliament is doing its work, and then the judiciary is interfering, so they do not have jurisdiction. The Supreme Court was clear, 5-2. 2 of them dissented. So we want to know more, want to learn more. But yesterday, as for the close of day, the judiciary closed at 4 p.m., even though the registry will be under behind scenes doing other. Sometimes I know that they close around 5, 6, sometimes 7 p.m. depending on the situation. But the official time at 4 p.m. I was there, and I was told that judgment, the full judgment, is not ready. We are hoping that today it will be ready. But what is clear is that the Chief Justice's indication that the judgment of the Apex Court will be ready yesterday didn't come to fruition. It didn't happen because we're told that the judgment was not ready. So we hope that it will be ready today, and we'll get it and then examine its content in relation to all that. But in relation to all this, you notice that one of the justices, Justice Mariama Owusu, she was part of the judges who agreed that the Supreme Court had jurisdiction to deal with this matter. And guess what? She's retired. Justice Mariama Owusu retired yesterday.
Wow.
She's 70 years.
So that was her last case?
So yesterday was her last case. She had a valedictory ceremony where she delivered her last judgment. So yesterday was her last sitting. The Supreme Court.
So one of her last acts was
the Afenyo Markins case. So she's 70 years and she has retired. She served for over 30 years in various capacities at the judicial service or the judiciary. So that is one of the latest information that I have for you. Yesterday, it was a fully packed Supreme Court, and then he was, in fact, given the opportunity. She has to bow for the last time, and sometimes moment like this very emotional. Very emotional when you know that it is the last time. You take memories, you go back, and then you think about so many things. And in fact, the issue about Major Mahama, the military officer who was killed at Dentra Obuasi. She was the one that handled that case. And at the end, 12 out of 14 persons who were arraigned were found guilty, and all of them sentenced to life in prison, including the assemblyman for Dentra Obuasi, Mr. Yaoba. So that is in relation to that. So one shortage at the Supreme Court. Justice Mariama Owusu, the Justice of the Supreme Court, has taken a bow. She has retired from the bench. So that is one of the things that I have for you this morning in relation to this very case. So the judgment is not ready. We'll follow up to see whether it's ready.
Follow up today because we want to know whether the judgment is ready.
Yes.
The case involving Bishop Salifu Amwako and 2 others, and also the case involving his son.
Yes.
The juvenile.
Yes.
They were in court yesterday.
Both of them were in court today.
Yesterday.
Court, yes.
So what happened?
So in relation
people are very interested.
The one involving Bishop Elisha Salifu Amwakun, the wife Moha Amwakun, and one Linda Owusu Bempa, a sales assistant. That case came on before the court yesterday. His Honor, Mr. Samuel Bright Aqua, handled the case. State prosecution, or the prosecutor, indicated to the court that in the morning of yesterday, they filed the first batch of their disclosures, but they are yet to file the witness statement. They served the defense lawyers that morning. Immediately it was filed, but a copy is not on the docket of the court, and so they think that the case have to be adjourned for them to come back later part in November. And when that happens, the court is anticipating that once they file the witness statement, now they will conduct case management conference. And when case management conference to sort out the document that has been filed, whether all of them have received what prosecution says that it filed. It is the same thing that the defense has raised. If the defense also needs some more document, they will ask. And the disclosure had to do with the fact even document that you will not even rely on, you are expected to file, because we are told that it's a process in relation to. So that case will come back later part in November 28th. So that is how that particular leg of the case involving the parent, Salifou Amoakun, the wife, and then the one other. Then you asked about the son. Yes, the son was also in court yesterday, the juvenile court. He has already pleaded to not guilty to 8 counts, including 2 counts of manslaughter. 2 ladies have died and they have since been buried. In relation to the first one that I spoke about, Salifou Amoakun, for the first time I saw relations or relatives of the deceased in court. They were in court yesterday. About 6 of them yesterday were present in court when that case was called. So in relation to the young boy, the 16-year-old boy, yes, it is not open. That particular case is not open to the public because of the age of the accused person. Yes, he's young, and so the juvenile court is not open for the public. But that case has been adjourned to November 20th. That will be next Wednesday, because the interval of adjournment always have to be a week. The longest it takes is a week. So that he will also come back on November 20th. So both parents and then their son were in court, irrespective of their 2 separate cases.
And has the boy been granted bail?
As we speak, that is not clear whether he's been granted bail or not. He has not. It's very difficult getting information in relation to this very case. When the parties are out, prosecution is tight-lipped, the lawyers on the matter are tight-lipped. Information also from the registry is also very sketchy. So sometimes it is very, very difficult to know what happened in there. But the only thing that you know is that the case has been adjourned to November 20th.
All right. So, okay. Well, we'll see what happens.
Yes.
We'll see what happens. So, let's talk about what we're expecting to come up in court today. The case of what's the name? Is it Gucci?
Yes, Gucci Youngster.
Gucci Youngster.
Gucci Youngster.
Gucci Youngster. Yes. Gucci Youngster.
He said that Sexy Dondon is never his name.
His name
Dampare gave him that name. So why Dampare gave him that name, we don't know yet.
Daniel Asiedu.
Yes.
He's back in court today?
Yes, he's back in court. And yesterday I told you that he has ended his personal evidence to the court, or that he wants to tell the court about this whole matter. Willingly, he has finished telling the court. And the long and short of it is that I did not kill J.B. Dankwa Edu. I did not know J.B. Dankwa Edu before the Dampare showed me his picture. I did not know the house of J.B. Dankwa Edu before Dampare ordered his men to take me there. The fingerprints and the footprints that you say that it is mine, all of them cannot be mine, because it is not me who killed J.B. Dankwa Edu. People who can volunteer more information to the prosecution or to the court, the wife, the mother, and the children who were present in the house. And some police officers that he claimed that the prosecution mentioned initially went to the home. Those people, he said that they were not produced in court. None of them name was mentioned, and those people have information to the court. But Mrs. Sefako Bache, Principal State Attorney, today, yes, at the last court sitting, when Asiedu ended his evidence in chief, asked him one question. Today, she'll have the opportunity to scrutinize Sexy Dondon. I still mentioned Sexy Dondon.
Gucci Youngster.
Gucci Youngster. Yeah. On the evidence that he's giving before the court. So this case is gradually getting to a close, or we are getting closer to judgment day. So today, that is what we're expecting. Grilling of Daniel Asiedu in relation to this matter.
There's another attempted murder case.
Pius
Ayoma's case.
Yes.
That's also coming up today?
That's also coming up. And Mrs. Sefako Bache, Principal State Attorney, is also handling this case. A young man who attempted to allegedly to kill his former boss is in court, and prosecution is calling witnesses. And today we expect that more of the prosecution witness will come to court and testify in relation to this man. He has pleaded not guilty, including robbery, including assault, sexual assault, and of assault, and all of them. The prosecution is saying that he committed the act, and we need to produce witnesses, and prosecution is adducing evidence by way of bringing witnesses to court. So today we'll hear more or know more in relation to this very matter.
All right, and finally, there is an election dispute case that we're expecting today. Tell us about that.
You mentioned how many days to the election?
23 days.
23 days.
Yes.
Little above 3 weeks, right?
Yes.
So Samuel Apia Dankwa, as you can see on your screen there, is facing the EC in court today. He's filed an injunction seeking to stop the EC from printing the ballot paper because he ought to be given a chance to represent, to be on the December ballot that the EC is printing. So he's filed an injunction. You know, he's one of the candidates who were disqualified. He's an independent candidate who was disqualified. He said no, the EC didn't treat him fairly. The EC ought to give him the opportunity. There were times that in 2016, the Supreme Court even ruled that Papanko Indum, even which one was even much closer to an election, was given the opportunity to correct some of his errors. So give me opportunity and let me be on that. Today, the High Court in Accra, presided over by Justice George Ampia Boni, will decide whether to grant that interlocutory injunction or to allow the EC to go ahead with whatever it has started earlier. So that's one of the things that we also look at.
Because the EC saying they've already started printing the ballot papers.
Yes, especially even when Madame Ekadonko's party was disqualified.
Even that they
the
are
EC
still
says
printing
that
it.
they are maintaining. Maybe they can, because nobody will be there, they can put someone like
So what about those that have already been printed?
Well, you have a point.
So even the country millions of Ghana
the EC has money, so it can reprint.
The EC doesn't have money.
If the EC decides,
it's our money.
If the EC
it's me and you, our taxes. We want our taxes to be
what
wasted.
about if the EC decided that it was the Madam Ekadonko's party qualifies to go? What would have happened?
If it qualifies to buy, well, the ballots have already been printed with Madam Ekadonko's name in there already.
So
now that they've been disqualified, they've still, because of expediency and cost, decided that they are still going to maintain Ekadonko on there, and they will find a way to perhaps blot it out or something when we are going to vote.
The question that I'm asking is
right, so that we don't waste, because we've already printed a lot. Otherwise, all those ballot papers that have been printed will have to be discarded, and more money has to be spent on printing new ballot papers again.
I think it was a wise decision that the EC
that is a waste,
there.
you know. And it is me and you, our taxes. That's how going to be used to fund that. So it means all those that have been printed, it goes down the drain.
But the taxpayer has never been accountable to us. The taxpayer has never been accountable. They use our money and they tell us what they want to do to us. Sometimes they tell you we don't care, we will not even account to you and all that. But it is what it is.
Here's that Kofi Akpalu doesn't agree with the EC continuing to print the ballot papers because it says a dead person cannot be on the ballot paper.
But,
I don't know. Let's not engage in waste because it will be waste. It means all those ballot papers will be wasted.
Absolutely. When I heard the EC's decision to maintain the ballots as they are, I was happy.
So that we don't
common sense has spoken here.
Yeah, we don't spend on it, and it would have even been incumbent because all the parties have their numbers that they've been campaigning with and couching all kinds of slogans. Or if you ask them to come and do reballoting, it will be hell.
I think the EC's law are silent on how situations like that.
Yeah, but so perhaps they know how they are going to get all of those things out there.
Be dealt with.
Yeah, but thank you very much, Murtala Inusah, for bringing us court today, and
I wish you condolences.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And well, it's time now for us to get into the newspapers. In Techiman and Nkransa, public split over parliament impasse. Majority rates legislature poor and others rate average and good. That's according to a poll from the Graphic. Also, border security experts seek effective measures for sub-region, and petroleum hub project will create job opportunities. That's according to the boss of the project. So that's it for the Daily Graphic. Moving on. Daily Guide. Baumia meets Catholic bishops. Non-partisan approach needed to fight terrorism. That's according to Minister for National Security Albert Kandapa. Ejuraman declares support for the Vice President. AG files Salifo Amako and wife trial papers. So that's it for the Daily Guide newspaper. On the Daily Post, fact check. Baumia's claim that Ghana has achieved zero hunger is false. Lodina Foundation inaugurates yet another maternity and children's ward. Baumia, in another horrendous lie, his advert claims free SHS has benefited 5 million students. Statistics shows total enrollment in the past 7 years is 3.1 million students. So that's it for the Daily Post. Daily Dispatch. We will only return to Parliament after elections. That's an NDC MP speaking. Ballot paper positions for president's elections, presidential elections will not change. EC's GHOne Mensah speaking on that. Ghanaians like to pretend, but politics has entered everywhere. Retired Supreme Court judge has been speaking on that. The Chronicle newspaper, GRA seizes Nigerian-made explosives at Aflao border. Smugglers assisting state security agencies in their investigations. PNC forum to discuss next frontier for Nigerian content implementation. Brian promises irrigation setup for drought-prone regions, and YEA partners military to train youth in fish farming. The new finder, AGI wants review of Customs Act 891 to mitigate the cost of doing business in Ghana, and over 100,000 export-oriented SMEs for technical support. So that's it for the new finder newspaper. The new crusading guide, Akufo-Addo calls for action at COP29. Passion Air leaves passengers shocked. Allegations of extortion by staff in a letter. Anyway, so that's these are the stories on the front page of the new crusading guide. So that should do it for the newspaper headlines this morning. When we return, the breakfast review segment will be on. I've seen my guests in the studio. They'll be seated and we'll get into the conversations. But as always, I'll remind you that the suit I'm wearing today was provided by The Authentic Man. Get to The Authentic Man and he'll provide you with a very nice suit for any occasion whatsoever. Call The Authentic Man on 0243029494, 0243029494. Stay tuned. This is GH Today. We'll be right back.
GHOne OV van has been one of the best vans I've used personally in this country. It runs a system where we are able to run on Dante to be able to do our broadcast mixed well also from this van.
I've used this OB van for quite a number of big productions, i.e. 3 music awards, the late President Rollis' state funeral, Emmys Africa Awards, and a number of them.
My experience with the GHOne van has been the state of the art equipment they have. Personal experience is you can use it for both indoor and outdoor, all events, conferencing, like anything you need a van to work for you, GHOne provides it.
My experience with the van has been very good. Why? Because it has a number of facilities that I may not get in other vans. You know, the van has a very wide bench that can accommodate all my technical crew, ICCU, switcher, graphics, CG, and all of that. And then it also has a studio, a green room studio that comes with TriCaster. So if you want somebody to do commentary on a live event, you can put that presenter who's in that studio as well and get that running.
To give an experience to our audience, we're also watching on TVs and online. Work with an Exo technology system, which makes your video mixing with Panasonic cameras, like a lot of other stuff in terms of content you need to get also for your live broadcasts.
I prefer the GHOne van to a lot of other vans I've used, or even doing my own setup on a tabletop setup. Because on a production you see a number of people in the van. And so if you have a very small van, it means that it's going to be choked, and that will affect the creativity as well. The price has been discounted as well to accommodate varied budgets. And so no matter the budget you have, I understand you can have the track and do business with it.
It looks huge, but very affordable. Cost is really, really affordable. My experience with it, EMI Awards last year, super excellent. Try it, call them, and I'm going to give you the best of price. Really affordable.
You're welcome back to the show. You're still watching GH Today here on GHOne TV, and it's time for the breakfast review segment. Our guests are here in the studio this morning. We're very happy to have them on board, and there's quite a lot that we want to unpack, quite a lot that we want to talk about today here on the show. And Mr. George AEC is here. Mr. George AEC is a member of the New Patriotic Party. The Elephant Party. They say the elephant is a winning symbol. and they have won to save Ghana.
Yeah.
As to whether they will win the 2024 elections,
It's a done deal.
is entirely up to you.
It's a done deal.
Whether or not you want to vote for them or you don't want to vote for them. Like I was saying earlier on the show today, before you vote for them, ask yourself, are these the people who can take Ghana to the next level?
Yeah.
You need to ask yourself critically
That's the
the
question.
question.
Yes, agreed.
Mr. George, you see, good morning.
Good morning, my brother. Lantam.
Welcome.
Accra, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you
You know,
doing?
recently you lost one illustrious Accra, and Mr. Nyomi of Cape Coast, Coastal Television.
Right,
So you're a
right,
very creative man.
right,
very
right,
creative
right,
man.
right.
May his gentle soul rest in peace.
His gentle soul
Mr.
rest in peace.
Selike
Yeah.
Nyomi.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a very loyal Accra. He was, yes.
Well, we are all loyal.
Yes, but his commitment.
We are all loyal.
You do attend your meetings and those things.
OA meetings. When I have the time.
You see,
When I have the time.
when you have the time.
When I have the No, we have our year group meetings
Yeah,
and all of that. Not necessarily, but you know, our year group, sometimes we meet.
So what's
and
your
do
year
all
group?
of that.
What's your year group?
Oh, my year group. That one,
2009.
No, it's not 2009. It's before 2009.
Yeah.
It's way before, but it's in the 2000s.
Yeah.
If I say my year group, people will be able to judge
Yeah.
my age.
And you don't want that.
Plus or minus.
But it's definitely before 2009. Thank you, Mr. AC, for joining us in the studio. Also in the studio is development analyst with the National Democratic Congress. Yes, the umbrella. The umbrella. They say the umbrella is Akataman, so Ekotoma, so. And they also say that they want you to vote for them. But ask yourself, if I vote for Mahama, is he the one who is taking me to the promised land? Ask yourself the question. Wanda Madilo is here. Good morning.
Yes, a very good morning to your viewers. Excited to be here. As you know, we've done it before. I mean, and they know that matching their records to our record, they pale into so much insignificance. They know that for a fact. On all fronts.
On all fronts.
Yeah, all the economic
Vice
indicators.
President Dr. Baumia says that the NDC is the worst government
Well,
that we've had
you see,
in the history of the Fourth Republic,
You see,
according to statistics.
sometimes
According to statistics.
sometimes you look at the carrier of the message vis-a-vis the message they are putting across. Baumia has been noted, notoriously noted, even though addressed as His Excellency, as a chronic liar. We all know that. I mean,
Really?
the records are
What
clear.
has he lied about?
The records are clear.
What has he lied about?
When the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you. What are we seeing
But
today?
that's not a
That
lie.
was the lie about
No,
that.
but I'm saying
That is a
when
truism.
he was asked the same thing
Yes.
at the fundamentals week today, what is he saying? You just mentioned that he said he did better.
He
Is that
said
supposed to be a lie?
If the fundamentals are weak,
The exchange rate will expose you. Has
And
it
then
exposed
recently
him?
He said,
No, hold on.
if the
Has it
exchange
exposed
rate
him?
is high, it doesn't mean the fundamentals
That's
are
what
weak.
I'm saying. What logic is
But-
that? You know.
No, he talks
So,
about the rate of depreciation
If it is,
of the
if it
cedi.
is, I don't know
We
what
should-
you
we
mean
should-
by
we shouldn't say that.
Lantam,
we
you are
shouldn't
not-
look at the trajectory
Lantam.
of the depreciation. No, I'm
Lantam,
trying to help you. Let me help
yes,
you.
go
We
ahead.
shouldn't- we shouldn't look at the trajectory.
Yeah.
Or let's say it was 4 cities and now it is 17 cities. We should look at the rate.
What's
So
the rate?
between
It is
2012
When I go to the
and
market,
2016,
Yes,
what
the
was the
rate
rate
of
of depreciation?
When I go to
And
the
then
market,
between 2020 to 2021.
With all the
What's the rate?
pandemic
That's what he's
exogenous
saying.
factors.
That's what
that's where the lie is. That's
is
where
how it is done.
That's where
Why
the
am I even doing
the
your work for you?
pretense is.
That's
where-
who knows. That is
Before
how
they
it
get
is done.
attacked.
That is where the real pretense is.
Yeah.
I had $1 in 2016. It was equal to 4 cedis. Okay,
3.8.
3.8.
No, it was
4
4.2.
3.8.
No, I mean,
4.2.
I left it in the middle at the average for them.
4.2.
Today, if I need to buy the same dollar, I need 17 Ghana cedis.
Yeah.
I used to buy milk for 2 cedis in 2014. I'm buying it today for 9 cedis. And you tell me it is rate. What
Milk
rate?
is 9 cities.
Yes, you tell me it's rate. What is rate? There are even
right.
milk selling in this country for 17 Ghana cedis.
I've not bought milk in a
I
while.
don't want to mention brands. Yeah, I don't want to mention brands. But I'm talking about the tin milk. Some are selling for 17 Ghana cedis.
You don't say.
In this country. You have
Which can
Okay, but the last time I bought milk, it was 10 cedis.
and he's now saying 17.
no, I'm saying,
cedis,
you know, they have various
brands,
they
different
have various
brands.
brands. So you won't mistake that.
We talk of the average.
Tomatoes, how much is tomatoes today? Tin tomatoes today. So these are real
How
issues.
much
This is
was
not,
it
we
when
don't
you
need
took over?
we don't need
Keke was
Baumia.
20 pesos when Kufuor was
You see,
leaving.
we don't need
It was over
Baumia
1
to
cedi
tell
when we were
us
leaving.
to tell us
Now
the
KK is
mess.
7 cedis.
Rate.
We don't need Baumia
So
to tell
check
us
the
the mess.
rate of depreciation.
What rate?
That's the whole
When I
thing.
go to the market to buy my
When Kufuor was
Kenke,
leaving,
do I tell the
$1
market
was
woman
1
I want
cedi.
to buy?
When you were leaving, $1 was 4 cedis.
Do I tell the
20%.
how
market
much is
woman I
$1
want a
today?
rate?
Yes, 70. So it's rates.
What rate? Okay.
In the unlikely.
Let me give you my time.
circumstance that
Let me give you my time. 2
They're
minutes.
not going to have it down.
No.
And you know what? The irony is that they have anyway.
this
That
is
we'll
the-
come to that. Today is a
drama.
special day for a very
This is a
important
drama.
person, if you permit me.
This is a drama
I wish
with
him a
every-
happy birthday. My General Secretary, Justin Frimpong.
Oh, today is JFK's
Today is
birthday.
JFK's birthday.
Oh, wow.
I salute one of the finest General Secretaries in the annals of the history of the MPP and Mother Ghana, and lawyer Justin Frimpong Kodia. Happy birthday, boss. Many, many happy returns.
Well,
we
so-
know you are leading us to victory in this election.
He's a friend to Bahi.
Wanda disagrees.
No, he's a friend.
No, 23
Justin is a
days.
friend as well.
Yeah.
But he knows that he's leading this party into opposition.
No.
And it's not his fault.
It's
It is-
obvious. We are
It's the
winning
managers
this
of the
election.
economy. President
Have
Kufuor
you
and
seen
Baumia
all
have
the
already
data
condemned them
coming?
into opposition. So he doesn't need to worry himself. I mean,
Anyway, let's
we'll
get to
understand him
business and
that
then we'll
it's not
see.
his business. Somebody else
Baumia
has
is winning
failed this country.
election.
What makes you
Somebody
think
else
Baumia
has
is
failed this country.
Absolutely.
Let's do
Get the
about
groundswell.
let's do
Let's
about
go.
5 minutes on
Yes,
this discussion, right?
he's
What makes you think
everywhere.
that Dr. Baumia
His vision,
is
his
winning
confidence,
this election
his message,
when the mood in the country seemingly, Georgia, you see,
Yes.
is not looking like people trust that this government has done well.
How have
The
you
latest
heard that?
Afrobarometer reports gives a
Yes.
lot of indicators, and the indicators are that up to about 80% of people in the country believe that the country is headed in the wrong direction. About
Yeah.
80% of people believe that the economy has not been managed well. You know, when it comes to job creation, the government has not done very well. All of this is a verdict on the performance of this government.
This is a survey.
Right?
This is a
yes,
survey.
it's an Afrobarometer survey,
Yes,
which I know you know
aggregation.
is
It's aggregation
is
of-
credible.
Yeah,
So
it's
that
aggregation.
is a verdict
And
on
their
this government.
views.
So
We don't disagree with that.
all of this,
Yes.
with the vice president
Yes.
as head of the economic management
Yes.
team, who says that he's a driver's
Yes.
mate. But President Akufo-Addo told everybody that this is the man who is in charge of the economy, and it is because of the economy I brought him, and so I put the economy in his hands.
Yes, and we,
And so
he's
he's
never
been at the
run
helm
away
of
from
affairs
anything of the
and
economy.
all of that.
And
What makes you
sometimes
think,
it's
or why should
difficult. People
why should
don't
the
appreciate
Ghanaian-
the nexus between
and you've talked about
digitalization and economy.
and you've talked about the current state of
Yes.
affairs here in this
Yes.
country. You
Yes.
know,
Yes.
yesterday on the panel discussion with some of the ladies, the lady from the NDC was saying that Kenke is now 5 cedis to 7 cedis, and I said, "Oh, me, I
It
know
was
that."
20%.
And I said, "Oh, I know that Kenke is 5 cedis."
Yes.
And then when I looked in the Facebook live stream comments, a lot of the people who were watching were coming at me saying that I don't know the price of Kenke because it's actually 7 cedis.
In
where
fact, there are 3 CDs in it. You get
So
3
Kenke is
CDs. a ball
between
of
5
Kenke.
CDs and 7
No, you get 3 CD Kenke there. It's there.
I've
And
not
you get
seen-
7
I've not seen
CDs
3
as well.
CDs KK, George.
Yeah, I go
Me, I've
there.
not seen 3 CDs
Go
KK.
and ask. So,
I know of 5 CDs KK.
so they are
I know
all
of 5
uniform
CDs KK.
priced.
So let me finish making the point. Let me finish making
Oh,
the
no,
point
no,
and then
make
you
your
respond,
point.
right?
Make your
Let me
point,
finish
make
making
your
the point.
point,
So
make your point.
KK is 5
Yes.
CDs,
Yes.
7 CDs.
Yes.
You know, you go to the market,
Yes.
tomatoes, you are buying
Yes.
3 tomatoes for about 20 CDs. And what have you?
No, they have
Cost
so
of
much
living
money, so they don't.
is
they,
high.
They don't.
right? People are complaining about all
There
of
are
these
3
things.
tomatoes for 5 CDs and co.
You know,
They have their own
and the
market,
dollar, and the dollar,
Adenta.
and the
Part of
dollar,
Adenta.
which was arrested and the key given to the IGP, has broken jail.
And what is the?
And since the dollar
what is
broke
the
jail,
you see-
since the dollar broke jail, the dollar has come and been dancing in front of the BOG and in front of the vice president, and they still can't catch him. They still can't catch Mr. Dollar. So, why should the Ghanaian out there watching now
Good.
give the MPP
Good.
another chance when we are living in these current economic conditions? Why should we
You
still
see,
entrust the country
yes.
into the hands of the
Thank
man
you.
who is head of the economic management team?
Thank you. You see, it takes more than just the current prevailing circumstances for one to make a decision. One's decision will be made of a compendium of thinking or thoughts, the current situation, what I've been in, and then the projections into the future. Is there hope going into the future in spite of the challenges I'm saddled with now? Is there hope going into the future? Are there things, structures put in place? Do they portend that the things are going to get better going into the future? Can I trust this government going into the future? Okay, that is also going to inform the Ghanaian in making a decision. Okay, what measures are being put in place by this government? The leadership of the MPP, the person coming to take over, can I trust him? Does he understand what the issues are?
Yeah.
The visions he's rolling out.
Yes.
Are they likely to get in sync in the transformation agenda of these economies?
And what is his track record?
Good. So these are the issues that we're going to be looking at. And then the person is also going to consider the factors that have brought us where we are.
So how do you
which
convince
includes
the voter
exogenous
of all the
factors.
things and
Yes,
the factors
yes,
that you are laying
yes,
out?
yes.
How do you convince the voter?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm talking
Yes.
about.
So how are you convincing the
in
voter
spite
that
of-
your candidate has all that?
Yes, in spite of all these things.
What are the
this
things
government,
that
I'm
you can
telling
point
you,
to?
This government is pushed this economy from over about 52 billion GDP worth to over 76 billion. This government is moved the, livelihood issues, some expenditure and core items have been taken up by this government as far as educating our children in the secondary level is concerned. Free SHS is a key thing that the people will consider when they're making their decision. Access to health infrastructure. This government has built over 47 hospitals from beginning to end. As the people of Sabrom, as the people of Sankontombra
are building. Or have
built 47. Yes, and over
Are they operational?
Lantam, you've been in this country.
As anybody, a contemporary hospital is a key one.
The 47
my
hospitals.
own place, Edukrom, go there.
The 47 hospitals, are they operational?
Yes, completed
staff,
and operational.
equipment.
Recently, Formina was commissioned.
Is this not embarrassing?
And we've. Are you going to?
I'll come to you.
From the scratch. And then Agenda 111 is on board.
Come on.
Medical drone services is on course. As we speak, the dialysis experiment, less than 18 years and above 60 years, okay? 6 months down the line, from 1st December, it's going to cover everybody. And equipment are being procured so that people who suffer these kind of diseases will be taken care of. These are things that affect the people directly. LEAP has been expanded from about 1.6 beneficiaries to over 4.5 million people. Beneficiaries and co. So these are things that we're going to be looking at in making decisions. Road infrastructure. This government has constructed over 12,830 kilometers and counting. Okay, compared to 4,636 kilometers in the 8 years of the Mills Mahama. These are things we're going to be looking at, okay? Opportunities that are being created for the youth. Going forward, Dr. Baumia is telling the youth, 1 million of you are going to be trained in the tech arena. Okay, and I've said it, everybody knows it, that in India, they focused on tech development and they are everywhere in the world. Okay, it's driving their youth forward. Opportunities are being created. People work from homes and everywhere. You get it? So these are the opportunities that Dr. Baumia is selling at. And again, critical. We say we're going to have the private partnership, okay, public-private partnership in infrastructure development. 3% of our GDP is going to be directly channeled into the private sector, okay, so that they will be able to carry out some of the road infrastructure, hospital infrastructure, market infrastructure, school infrastructure. That is the way to go, so that it relieves government of that burden of expenditure. Vehicle issues. We are saying that we are going forward. We are looking at opportunity. Madilo and Sons car rentals. They are going to take up, okay, the executive V8 rentals. so that the state is not going to be purchasing V8s for the ministers and chief executives and co. We rent them. They have the responsibility. Madilo and Sons have the responsibility of maintaining and all that. That is also going to cut down expenditure. So these are things that we are looking at going forward. You know, Donald Trump is putting up Elon Musk and Ramaswamy and co. to get plan for expenditure.
Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yes, that's Indian American.
Yeah.
You get it? So these are issues that we are looking at. Expenditure cut and revenue
So you believe that this should
the digitalization drive, the
so you
Ghana
believe
card
that
and
this
will expand the frontiers of
you believe that what you've
issues.
said should convince the person watching right now.
Yes, where we are.
They should go to the polls and go and vote for that.
And I'm telling you, majority of them will do that.
That's number one.
Yes, majority will do that.
Let me.
We know John Mahama. We know John Mahama. He's been president before.
Let me come to you now. I'm not coming to you to respond. I'm not coming to you to respond.
No, but he just mentioned Donald Trump.
I'm not coming to you. I'm not coming to you, Wanda, for you to respond to.
No, I don't have.
I was asking your candidate.
I was asking him why he believes that
and I did that.
Dr. Bawumia is the best candidate. Why should people vote for John Mahama when he has been president before? We saw his presidency from when he took over from President Tata Mills to when Ghanaians voted for him in 2012 to 2016, and he was rejected massively at the ballot. Why should Ghanaians bring John Mahama back?
First and foremost,
why?
The record speaks for themselves. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, when he was president, at least for the 4 years, plus when he was vice president to President Mills. The records are very obvious. We are the only government since the 1992 dispensation that has grown this economy for 13%. 13% on record. I mean, and Ghana was then known as an emerging economy. It was known as the country with the fastest growth in the whole of Africa, and we were on a trajectory to bring this country to a point where people can be comfortable, people can have prosperity, people can achieve their dreams, young people can go to school, and then we have better health care. And you know the things we have done just within the health industry itself. You are sitting directly behind even a project like the Job 600, just directly behind you. This is a handiwork of the NDC. But let me go into health. We sit very close.
You were going to say Ridge Hospital.
No. I just want to show you that behind you, when the camera goes on you, behind you is a project.
Ridge Hospital.
And
then there's.
Don't worry, I'm going to talk to that.
Job 600.
He's talking about job, health, whatever.
47 hospitals. That's what he said. He said they've built 47
Hold on. Actually, they were promising Agenda 111.
Yeah,
and if you sit here after 8 years to tell me 47 is accomplished already,
do that.
That's a failure. I mean, if you are a student, that's a big failure. Forget about that. Right here by your side is Ridge Hospital. You know the facelift that hospital has gone through. You know what word.
Thank you. You chose the right word.
Yeah, but new facilities were added.
But what else?
New buildings.
I love you, Matilo.
There is a bank hospital. You know about the bank hospital. You know about the University of Ghana Medical Center. These are medical centers per excellence. You know that.
They were not functional.
And they are all at that level to give Ghanaians the right kind of health that they need in order to make progress. You see, we hear this all the time, that we have done better, we are this, we are that, and when you challenge them to the records, they can't speak to it. Today, Ghana is growing at what percentage? 3%. Is that what they promise us? You want me to tell you there are 25 promises of the MPP that are major to the shift of this country, yet they have failed in all fronts? Now we talk about health, and he keeps talking about health. They say they are introducing dialysis, whatever. You know, hold on.
We'll talk about that.
You know that's
an entire topic that we're actually going to focus on.
Okay, so if you want us to, then let me just leave that. So, indeed, the MPP even talks about roads. They have done this road, they have done that road, they have done that.
They say they've done 12.
I can show you pictures. Hold on. I can even show you pictures.
Says we lie.
Pictures of their own campaign vehicles that are drowned in water, drowned on roads that cannot be moved, that are being pushed all over the country. And then we are told that we have fixed road. What are the roads? We are in Ghana. We are not in America. We are in Ghana. If you have the roads, put them out. They talk about digitalization. It's embarrassing because even NADMO, which he represents, sits here and represents NADMO, is not even digitalized. To the extent that when even there are disasters in this country, You will expect that NADMO would have known ahead of time. But they only rely on the district assembly, the assembly members, the district chief executive, and then the regional minister to elect them before they go to the scene. Where are they? You see, so sometimes the lie is becoming too much. Even NADMO does not even have funds to take out those within the Kitasi defense project when the tidal waves was against them. They could not even go to their aid. In South Tong, North Tong, and then Central Tong, they could not go to their aid because they don't have the funding. How much is NADMO having their account as we speak? That's how much the country has been run aground. They came into government at a time when the whole country, I mean, from independence to the time they showed up, we were only owing about 120 billion Ghana cedis. Today, it's 800 billion Ghana cedis. That's how much the MPP has been able to add to the debt stock. So when they tell you, we have money, we have done this,
from
we have
9
done
billion
that, we have done
to
that.
120. And from 120 to 761.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Can I please make my point? So it was 120 when they showed up in office. Today it's 780, 800 billion.
761.
That's the hole that has been created.
Rates.
And many contractors have not been paid all over the place. They keep managing them. They keep promising them. And it's been on and on and on and on. Yet they tell us they've done so much. I don't know what they have done. We said that as a president, when John Mahama is elected in government, we want to bring this country back on the course of growth. We want to bring this country back on the pedestal where young people can explore. Young people can have good health. Young people can have good education. Young people can have access to all the facilities that makes them grow and nurture their possibilities. We are not promising a government that is coming to government that will benefit only a select few like they have done in their own government. Even under their own nose, they know the challenges that they have brought on Ghanaians, the challenges that we have been battling with for a while now. What is the rate of inflation today? What is the exchange rate today? What is the unemployment rate today? All that is in a mess. And he knows that very well. So we are not going to sit and be judged by the MPP's promises. We are not going to sit and be judged by the MPP's assumption of what they think they can do and all that. They've been given 8 years, and it's happening in Brazil. Silva is back into power because the government failed them. It's happening in America because they have also failed. It will happen right here in Ghana.
It ain't gonna happen.
You see, we have been in that situation before. We have been in their track before where we believe that, okay, because we have done a couple of things, then Ghanaians will vote for us. But the thing is that what of all that you think you have done and at what cost is what matters to the Ghanaian.
That's good.
Not about, oh, we have done this, we will do that, and all the fake promises. All the promises they have failed, none of them has come into they have promised. None of them has come into
so that's why the Ghanaian and John Mahama.
So in a nutshell, we are not, like I said, we are not going to be judged by the MPP's manifesto or what they promised. I have said that over and over. We are a government in transition, if you ask me. Why are we in transition? We have been there before. We know where we left the economy. We know where we are taking it as at now. And they know how much mess they have caused. Okay. If we cannot tell about what they have done and how much mess they have thrown in this country into how it's promising from what we are going to do. So he knows that very well.
Let's continue.
The economy's growth at nosedive.
George, let's continue with the conversation. So
the 2011
there is a recent World Bank report. I will discuss a bit of this yesterday. Talking about a lot of people who are in multi-dimensional poverty. About 30% of Ghanaians, have been pushed, into all kinds of poverty, which is once again a sign that all is not well and good, because people are increasingly becoming poor. People are going without food. People are going for periods without having money. If you look at, the details of the World Bank report. So obviously things are hard. And I once again ask, is that not a verdict on the performance of this government?
Not completely.
Which you are a part of.
Not completely.
Because if you have done well,
I did say
more people should be lifted out of poverty, not being pushed into poverty.
Yes.
But people are being pushed into poverty.
Yes.
So can we say that the MPP has done well when people are becoming poor?
Thank you. The report you referenced also acknowledged what is pushed us to where we are. They did talk about COVID and post-COVID. So what you look at the growth trajectory from 2017 to 2019, 2020, what happened, and then post-2020, what happened 2022, the another exogenous factor and its impact on the Ghanaian economy, and then post that, the processes, that measures we've put in place for the economy to rebound. They've acknowledged that first half-year growth is about 5.9%. That's the report acknowledges that. So it tells about the rebound of 2024. That's what I'm talking about. So it tells about the rebound. Yes, it also talks about what is pushed us where we are because of the COVID. A lot, especially in the hospitality industry. In fact, if you look at that report, it says the service sector shrank by about 1.5% from growth of 6% in 2023 to 4.5 half year as of now. So it tells you, and obviously it's not far-fetched, because in 2020 virtually all the hotel sector, tourism sector were halted, and it's now picking up again. So that is a challenge, and service sector shrinking is a challenge. Again, in agriculture, it talks about the growth in agriculture. Fortunately, our people, before they were leaving, agriculture's growth was about 2.4, 2.8% thereabout. Okay, and consistently there's been growth in the trajectory. And another thing he didn't talk about was that under them, the growth was nosediving from 2011 when first oil was pumped. Oil, which was found by Kufuor, which they said was Adjengo. They had the first pump and it spiraled the growth. And then President Mahama brought it down, nosediving. Growth was just coming down. It got to 2.2, and then
so talking about oil, but even talking about oil, you've not even explored new wells and all of that. But we are not talking about oil, by the way. We're talking about the poverty.
A lot of investment.
We're talking about the poverty.
This government is doing, yes, a lot of investment in the agriculture sector. I talked about growth a bit.
A lot of investment in oil.
Yes.
New well. We've not found discovered. We've not done anything.
No, but the first one they founded was the Tay Sankofa.
But anyway, back to poverty. Back to the poverty issue.
Now, yes. So as I said, the cocoa sector also shrank, and we know the reason for the overaged trees and then this mining activities and all that is actually affected the cocoa sector's growth. And so that is also something that this government has put in place, the cocoa regeneration program, okay, which is being championed by the CEO, Joseph Boahenedu, which is helping. If I've been in the Secretary area, arguably the cocoa capital of Ghana, and because of the way the cocoa trees have grown and are dying and we are cutting them and replanting. So going forward, that is what we believe is going to bring back the prospects of the opportunities for the youth. Again, we are looking at the digital arena, the digital space. We believe that the investments we have made in that arena is going to begin to be beneficial to the Ghanaian people. And we are projecting going into Dr. Bawumia administration, getting the 1 million young people job opportunities. And this is going to help bridge the income gap therein. And so once systems and the economy is rebounded, it's a global phenomenon and it's affected everywhere in the world. But we are not an exception. So we have admitted that, and we are putting measures in place. The rebounding, the youth, and the YEA is putting measure training, skills acquisition for the young people. In fact, recently over 10,000 people graduated, okay? And policies towards the Kaya years and co-opportunities and trainings that we are giving them. All these things are geared towards bridging the poverty gap. The expansion of people beneficiaries of the LIP and others are all geared towards bridging the gap. But creating and getting rid of these unemployed graduate association, which was a heritage by the John Mahama administration, okay, is a thing of the past. So these are measures that this government is putting in place to ensure that we can bridge the poverty gap, because what hit us, especially looking at the structure of our economy, and we've embarked on the industrialization drive, which is the one district, one factory, over 169 of them up and running, okay? Some were from ground, some were existing businesses that have been revamped and all that, and they were all part of our manifesto pledge and promise. Okay, so these are issues that we are looking at. It's difficult for people. People will say, but the Ghanaian knows what brought us where we are. It is not the government's inefficiencies or incompetencies that has brought us here. The exogenous factors that hit us is actually part of the reasoning, but we've been able to brace it, and we are taking measures and steps in, putting steps in place to ensure that we'll be able to get back to about 22% of the poverty effect. But the report is also saying that it's going to hit about 31.5% next year, and then it will slow to about 30.6% and all that. Then get back again. But when measures are put in place with the far-reaching policies and vision of Dr. Bawumia, who is going to be the next president of Ghana, I'm very upbeat that this poverty issue will be, slowed down.
All right, Wanda, let me come to you now on this matter.
So, first of all, I'm going to talk to this, and I'll speak to our approach to ending poverty. One of the things that the MPP has done very well is how much they have looted this country. And in looting the country, you observe that he was talking about COVID, as though Ghana was the only country that went into COVID. All the countries around us, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, all of those countries are doing very well as we speak now.
Wow.
Post-COVID.
Are you sure?
And yet we have a country called Ghana
doesn't have fuel,
who has spent so much money in addressing COVID, as it were, and yet we don't see the results. Those who were more devastated by COVID themselves are doing very well. The next thing is to mention Ukraine, Russia-Ukraine war. The people where the bomb is even being dropped are doing better than you. Ukraine, that is suffering from the aggravations of Russia, is doing better than you. And yet we hear this narrative all the time. We're not going to waste time to discuss their failings because they have already failed and they know. So they are busy struggling to put out information, put out issues that they think that people will buy into. This time around, Ghanaians are wiser. We have said that to end poverty, first and foremost, you must create job. How do you create job? Industrialize. How do you industrialize? By creating the environment necessary for individuals, private individuals, government as a body corporate by itself, to be able to go into the creation of jobs. People must work. And once we have jobs and people are working and earning some income, you don't talk about poverty. So all these stories about we're doing that, it doesn't hold. Give them jobs. Where are the jobs? We have been in this country where they said they have created NAPCO. Where is NAPCO today? It's ended on a sham. People are still looking for their earnings since they worked for NAPCO. So we said this.
The system.
So we said this. We have introduced, or we will introduce, the 24-hour economy. What is that supposed to do? We want this country to run 24 hours when it comes to job and the necessaries of life. For instance, if I live in, say, Dansoman, and I have a job that starts from 6 o'clock in the morning, and I'm out of work by 10. By 10 o'clock, I'm out. It's 8 hours of job. Another person takes over from 2 o'clock and is closing somewhere in the evening at 10. Another from 10 p.m. to the morning. And so there's space created for everybody to work, to have jobs, and then we make progress. Number two, we also want to do what we call the Women's Development Bank. What is that supposed to do? We have also observed, and as a development analyst, I understand that poverty, the vulnerable group that are affected by poverty the most are the women and children. And that's why you have all these things, child labor, and women having to suffer, women having to go through all kinds of things, especially when they lose their spouse or they are out of wedlock issues. So we understand that women play a critical role in any emerging economy. In fact, they say that when you educate a man, you educate one man. If you educate a woman, you educate a nation. So we are very conscious of that, and there's a reason why we want to put in a credit system that helps our women to develop themselves, have capacity to do more, and then to invest around themselves by giving them credit lines. We also talked about the National Apprenticeship Program. What is that supposed to do? A large chunk of our young people have been in situations where even though they want to work, they cannot because they don't have any usable skill immediately to get a job. The agenda of the NDC coming to next government is to create jobs by allowing these people to have some soft skills. We have TVET, we have COVET, and all those bodies, technical schools that will be empowered to train people in soft skills, and that's what we're going to be doing. The next thing we want to do is what we call the digital jobs. And this was copied by them in their manifesto. When we launched we talked about the 1 million coders program. And then they came around to say they are going to do 1 million whatever. That is not important to us. The originator of the idea and what we want to do is what is key. We know we understand that we have created the largest base for digital transformation of this country. It is only under our tenure that the fiber optic from this country has been uplifted. Ask them whether they have been able to lay 1 kilometer of fiber since they came into this government. And they keep telling all the stories, the lies. We've heard that over and over. So we believe that it is the age of the young people to be able to explore and to do what they want to do. Now the Accra Digital Center that today they use to do all their things was put together by the NDC. And those are the platforms we have created. Please, can you please allow me to make my point? You had all the time and couldn't even address yourself. So we create the platform for people to be able to develop themselves and going forward. We also want to be able to extend credit system to existing companies that are doing very well. And that has failed under their tenure when they said they were doing one district, one factory. I live somewhere on the stretch out there. And you see a couple of so-called one district, one factory projects that are white elephants. White elephants. They cannot even point to any of them now because it's a sham. Apart from that juice factory that they keep putting all over the place, they cannot mention many others because they have not been able to achieve that. We are saying that we are not going to give free monies, but we want to help indigenous companies, indigenous businesses in this country to be able to expand and employ more. We did it before. Kinapharma and the other one wasn't Kinapharma and the other company, the pharmaceutical company, the known ones, Kinapharma and one more. There's
Poku Pharma, there's Kama,
Tobinco, Kinapharma, Tobinco, and all the others.
Right.
During our tenure, one of the things we did was to extend credit to them. And this credit was to allow them to provide or to produce some of the drugs locally in order that we can be able to satisfy the pharmaceutical industry in Ghana, including our hospitals. And that has achieved a lot of impact to the extent that they are now employing thousands of young graduates and young people in this country. We think that is a project that the government of the NDC would indulge in. We also want to do what we call the zonal ICT parks. What are zonal ICT parks? We want to create a situation where you don't need to come to Accra to get internet service, to get facilities that you naturally will enjoy.
So all of these things are going to bring people out of poverty?
Of course. Why wouldn't it bring people? These are jobs
looking at dealing with the bread and butter issue.
I'm not. What is bread and butter? What's bread and butter?
Things that immediately can lift people out of the poverty.
Which is.
We'll be looking at that.
So I'm telling you that
I'm
telling you that this is what President John Mahama tried to explain one time earlier when he said that he's not a magician. We said that we are not going to behave like the NPP, doling out monies to cronies, fans, friends, and all that. We want to help the people to have a job of their own. We are not interested in just giving you fish. We want you to be able to go out there and make your money and make it big, not gifts. We are also looking to industrialize our agricultural sector. You know, one of the things this government keeps saying and the lies they keep talking about is that agriculture shrank under our tenure. Under our tenure, what we did when they say agriculture shrank was that we decided to disaggregate the agriculture sector as a whole. So, say the cocoa sector, for instance, was decoupled from agriculture, and we had only the crops and then the animal. But then, under our tenure, one of the things, fishing, for instance, was taken out of agriculture on its own. Then the animal was taken. So you call it livestock, and then the poultry. They were also taken out. Then the crops. So if you look at them in aggregation, we didn't grow by 2% as he's saying. All the lies they have told us. What has been the investment of the NPP in the agricultural sector? If you ask them, what has been the investment? Zilch. We built, for instance, the Commander Sugar Factory, which was also an offshoot of agriculture. Why? Because it is the next leg. For instance, agriculture comes in the chain of products. Somebody decides to produce the crop, another takes the next level by adding some other value-added services. So you have the production of the crop, and then you have another person who is what I would call improving on what you have before it gets to the market. These are things, line and chains of things that we need to do as a country in order to lift people out of poverty. We also want to address the land tenure system because that has affected investment in this country so largely. Why? Many people have bought lands and it's been in court for years. And these are people who have mentor, who want to invest their money in the economy by building factories and all that. These are some of the things that have become a lacuna in developing this our country. So it is not true that we just want to look on or to observe what the MPP has. If the MPP is a standard, then this country is failed. It's a failed state.
Really?
We don't want to use the MPP as a standard in lifting people out of poverty in this country. What we want to do is to focus on the bread and butter issues that we talked about, that I have just mentioned, give young people opportunity to grow, give them jobs. It's the reason why even we think that it is time to invest in tertiary education. It's the reason why we think that people who have gotten admissions to go into tertiary education now should not be able to pay fees. I mean, who cannot pay fees, we should be able to help them to settle and to pay their fees for them. So a lot of things have been done, and we are going to continue along that trajectory, but this time as a more rigorous, a more advanced stage, and then more elaborate, so that Ghanaians can come out of poverty. We are not in the business of stealing state money, and we will never do that.
You know, and in all of this, coming back to you, Josh, there's a promise that is being made by Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bami about the cocoa sector, or people who are engaged in cocoa farming as regards tertiary education, that there's going to be some free tertiary education in that regard. Is this a counter to the promise of the NDC to make tertiary education free for level 100 students?
Oh no, but we had promise of the persons with disabilities, university education being free. Okay, we brought free SHS. They didn't believe in it. They didn't believe it was feasible, doable, or achievable. And so we've been able to roll it out successfully. Over 5.7 million Ghanaians and counting have benefited from this policy. Okay, and so this, and don't forget, before the advent of free SHS, we had the cocoa scholarship, the CMB scholarship for students in the second cycle level. And so because now it is free at that level, it is just trite and proper that would lift it to the tertiary level. And that is how come Dr. Bawumia, the visionary that he is, he's been able to say, okay, you cocoa farmers, this government cares about you so much, because the pricing of cocoa today, which is about 3,100, has been increased per bag, is able to purchase over, how many, 30 or so bags of cement for you to build your house, compared to the 475, which was buying about 16 bags of cement for you and the John Dramani Mahama. And so this is a policy that we believe will help cushion the cocoa farmer. Okay, the CMB scholarship, which was at the secondary level, is now being pushed to the tertiary level. And it's just proper to encourage the cocoa farmer that if you do your work, you help, because cocoa farming is a backbone of this economy. It's better we help you with your children's education at that level. And when your children get the university education, they will then come back and be able to support you to do proper modern agriculture in cocoa farming. So that is one aspect that we need to look at. And I don't think it's because somebody says, because we've said we'll be supporting that. And don't forget, this government has a policy in place where with your Ghana card, you get a loan support for your education. That's what is happening in the United States and other places. You take loans for your university education.
The student loan scheme.
Yes, the student loan for university education. And that is
but the student loan scheme has been there.
We don't need Ghana card.
No,
it's been there.
Now
that's
you
what
don't, you don't need a
student loan is not an
guarantor. I'm telling you, you don't need a guarantor. That was a problem. I had a problem.
Yeah, so talk about doing away with the guarantor system.
I'm saying the student
but you talk about the student loan scheme as though
it's a Ghana. Before now, it wasn't. I was a grassroots judicial committee.
Student loan scheme is not a brainchild of the NPP.
It was a problem. It was a problem. Getting bursary and all that was a problem. But now these are the policies. So it tells you how.
Yeah, so talk about how you have enhanced the student loan scheme. I mean, that's fair.
There has not been any enhancement.
Allow me to make my point. How easy now it is to have tertiary education funded for you, okay? Because you have an identity. That is the issue. On your own merit, not an uncle or somebody. I had to go beg a village headmaster and coach to come and guarantee for me. You get it? And then when he was going on retirement, he had to compel me to go and use part of my state contribution to defray. That's what happened. But now that is not what is going to happen. And so it is forward-looking. Again, he spoke about something that Dr. Bawumia talked about, credit scoring, and which they poo-pooed. I remember I was sitting here, right here, in your studio, when the issue came up, and Sewa raised that issue, and I had not listened to the audio. Fortunately, GHOne was so courteous. They played it here. And then I said, oh, but euphemism. I use the word, it's euphemistic statements and co. If one CD, it tells you there's a credit scoring system. Which credit scoring system will help you get support to make purchases of some of your basic items, okay? And that is what we're rolling out, okay? The vice president has launched it, and it is good if we are building an economic trajectory. It is very important that we touch on those bases. Once there's credit scoring, it makes you a credit-worthy individual with the mobile money interoperability, the syncing with your bank accounts and co. It's very important. Sometimes you go to the US embassy, you're traveling, and they want to see your records, your bank statement and others. But because if you have a link with a mobile phone expenditure and all that, and all these are captured, you put it there, it will get the officer well informed about you and your financial transactions and co. So it helps to make a decision on you. Now let's come to the other issue. He touched on that issue of the 24-hour economy. I am one person who is excited about 24-hour economy, but the explanation they are giving me, it makes me, wonder what they mean by the 24-hour economy. You get it? Everywhere, 24-hour economy is industrialization, nothing less, nothing more. It's industrialization. It's it. But they tell me 133, what? That you host this for 8 hours and another come. You get it? And you tell me I'll be communications director for 8 hours. Somebody will come and take. What do you mean?
I don't think that is what it means.
No, that is the explanation they keep giving.
Why are you listening to him?
That is what they keep giving. Why
are you bothered about his opinion?
Focus on industrial arena. That's the argument I have made. And this government is embarked on.
But they've talked about industries, right? They've talked about
when I was growing up,
security, so that industries
when I was growing up,
24 hours.
When they came to put up commander, ask anybody in Cape Coast and its environs in the central region. I was one person who was excited, openly excited on radio. Okay, because I said young people in Cape Coast, Yamransa, and the environs will be picked. Because when I was growing up in Akosombo, in Tema, okay, every morning my uncle will wake up, they will come and pick them. Evening time they pick another one. Another will come in the morning, okay, working at ATL, GTP, and VACO and all those things. These things were there. And so when they built Commander, I was excited. But not knowing it was a hoax.
Propaganda. Your government crashed it.
Yes, because how can you put up a factory, do a test round, and then shut the thing down and go to sleep?
You have been in government for 8 years.
Propaganda.
8 years you have been there.
You commissioned it in May. Then by August you shut it down. Not a single commercial grain had been produced. You see, that was the joke of it, of the century. Now, these are matters that we need to be looking at.
I'll come back to you,
so the
let me bring Wanda
is
in now.
apt with the things we are doing,
and
it's resonating with the
very well. I'll bring you back.
Let's make progress from the metrics. Your question.
Oh, I thought you wanted to.
Oh no! If you want me to,
I
don't want to be drawn.
But we're having the discussion, so I'm bringing you into the discussion.
I just don't want to be drawn into.
But if you want a question, I can definitely provide.
No, I just don't want to be drawn into their rhetorics, because if the MPP is the standard, then the country has failed.
Wow!
I keep telling you this.
Wow!
We are not going to be judged by the MPP's performance or non-performance. We have a program for this country, and we want to stay by that program. We want to stay by that program as much as possible. You see,
what do you make of the promise to provide tertiary free?
I'm going to give you the background. First and foremost, the CMB scholarship that he mentioned was a scholarship that dates back to 1952, pre-independence. By 1957, the government of Osajifo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, decided to institutionalize that scholarship scheme. What was that scholarship scheme? One of it was targeted at cocoa farmers. The other was extended to people within the Northern Enclave, then the 3 northern regions. And it was to cover secondary educations, just so we can bring them up to those who are more endowed, down south. Now, this government in May of this year, cancelled the CMB scholarships. And then all of a sudden, now we are hearing that you are introducing a scholarship for cocoa farmers' children in the university, just because you have observed. And I dare him to find that in their manifesto. I've looked through their manifesto back to back. Show me where in the manifesto that promise of sponsoring people in university education with cocoa money is. Show me. You should show me. So it is one of those promises that they have been engaged in since 2016. Tell a lie, tell it very well, let the people believe it, come into government and call their bluff. That has been the position. So that's why I say I'm not going to be drawn by the MPP's position on this matter, because it has been one lie after the other, one copy of another man's promise after the other, which they do not have. They do not have. Can you please allow me to make the
wonderful.
So it is not true that the MPP means well when they say they want to give scholarship to cocoa farmers' kids in the university. At what point is this promise coming up? After your manifesto, all of a sudden, and this is the same government that cancelled the CMB scholarship in May of this year. If you like, check the records. Cocoa Board has directed that all scholarships of cocoa to cocoa farmers' kids are over in May of this year. So at what point did you now realize that it was necessary? Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? After they had cancelled it, they have realized that cocoa farmers' kids or cocoa farmers themselves are not excited about that promise. This is how come Bawumia is sneaking it back into their campaign. Show me you have the manifesto their manifesto is by his side right now. Give it to me and show me where in that manifesto you find that cocoa farmers' kids were going to be supported for secondary education. It's one of the lies. And it has run through all their campaigns. They keep lying about it.
But right now
and
they
keep going about it. I mean, how are you going to do it? How do you hold them bound to it?
One ambulance
we were in this country. We were in this country. We were in this country when the president, Bawumia himself, went to Cape Coast and said they were giving them what? An airport.
Yeah.
What did the president say? I never promised it. That's what the president said. Under their tenure, that's what the Kufuor disagreed with Bawumia, that he never promised an airport. Yet Bawumia had a whole lecture, spoke to chiefs and told them that they were going to do an airport for them. So where is this? Where is this coming from? Another lie, another rhetoric, another story, another agenda to hoodwink the people. So we are not interested in some of these pedestrian promises of Bawumia. It lacks the substance for implementation. So you just go back and say, oh, we are going to give, how many cocoa farmers kids do we have? What are the statistics?
I'm not surprised.
How are we sure? How much are you giving to them? So this is not one of those promises that you should be taking serious. Now, talking about free SHS, they keep going on. NDC as a party has promised that we are not in to cancel free SHS. We only believe that the program in its current state has failed them, or they have failed Ghana by the introduction or how they have gone about it. We have called for stakeholders meeting on this particular project in order to make the free SHS better for our people. What else should we be saying? He talks about industrialization being the bedrock of the 24-hour economy. I think that has been clearly spelled out. But the MPP in their usual mischief will go about saying some of these things. Now, you industrialize with people or without people. If I have a company here that is running full-time, are there no human beings who are supposed to work there? How do they work? All of them come in the office in the morning and by 5 p.m. they are out. So please, this roadside, excuse me, not
that's,
you.
That's the general trend.
This roadside,
happens. You come to work, 5 p.m. you close.
But the name of the project is 24-hour economy. Yes. How else should it be?
So break it down, because George doesn't seem to understand.
I don't need to convince George.
But you need to convince the one watching.
But I'm saying that the people are convinced. I am telling you that the people are convinced.
How do you know the people are convinced?
But I have just told you. I told you about industrialization before you came up with
You have an opportunity
now.
No,
but listen to this, Lantam.
Someone watching
Lantam,
right
you
now.
listen to me. No.
Nobody doesn't understand this 24-hour
Lantam, you listen
to understand it. So use the opportunity. Don't say that they understand.
You listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that you are using the yardstick of the MPP to judge what we should say to the people. And I have told you.
I'm not
hold on.
I'm asking
no, don't interrupt. You
to break down the 24-hour
just hold on. Listen to what I'm saying.
The one watching.
That is what I'm asking.
Listen to me. I'm telling you that prior to his comment, which you now hold on to, I had talked about industrialization. True or false?
True.
And I'm saying that the industrialization is hinged on people working in those industries. True or false? True. And I'm telling the people that we are bringing the people support for industries to expand. We are bringing individual support for them to expand. We're expanding the road network. We will be expanding electricity cover for the people. This is the yardstick. This is the basis for which an industry grows. I even talked about technology. So if you ask me to explain to the people, it's exactly what I'm saying.
Because
so once, hold on.
Once three shifts. Break it down. That's what I want you to do.
Once you do all this, and there are more jobs, and there are more people producing stuff, and we're doing a lot of exports, and the economy is beginning to bounce in the area of production, it will now require the human resource to work in those places. And in these elections, it is not only about the industry. It is only about the people. And that came under jobs. So what else do you want to hear? We're saying that under industry, this is what we're going to do. We'll expand the industry. Now, Ghana Free Zones was established by the NDC. And the Free Zones Enclave was to help the industry of this country to grow. And that was an industrialization project. We have done another one, which is the Dawa Industrial Hub, just after Sanglemi, which they have abandoned. All these were environments we had created to allow industry to grow. What else? They keep talking about industrialization. What have they done in industry? As a party, as a government for the last 8 years. What have they done? We have created the platform for industry to grow. All the industry to see industry.
What have they done? What about the you don't acknowledge the one district?
Ask some George.
Where are they? You come from a district. Which of those industries is in your
Ask some George.
I don't know about a factory in my
No, but you don't know.
But
you don't know.
There is I know of Ekunfi.
It's a Ekunfi in your district.
No, it's not.
They say one district, one factory. You are bothered about somebody else's.
I know already existing companies like B5.
Can I also tell you?
And Dako Farms.
Now, can I also tell you something? Can I tell you
one
something?
district, one factory.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah, tell me.
You see, this whole business about one district, one factory was not only a project for the private sector. The question is, almost all those projects that you mentioned were existing businesses.
Yes.
Now, how does an existing business all of a sudden become one district, one factory?
Is not
one district, one factory is a promise to bring up a new factory or a district to have one production hub. Whether it's private, government, or both.
No, George, that's the impression that was created.
And here we are.
It's all in our manifesto.
Here we are. Here we are in a district. This is a district. Does it have any? Adenta doesn't have any. Lejokuku doesn't have any. Medina doesn't have any.
Places have it.
Many of them doesn't have any.
North has it.
I also West Ogun doesn't have any. I also East doesn't have. North doesn't have. What is he talking about? Even where he comes from Adenta, let him show us where the one district, one factory is in Adenta. He lives in Adenta. Show me where it is. I know every corner of Adenta. Show me where that one district, one factory is. Including his house. He knows that very well. So please, this business about promising and getting away with fake promises won't hold in this election. That's why you're struggling. Show me the district in your factory. Show me the factory in your district. Where is your
I said go B5. Go and check it.
B5 is in your district.
Go.
No, B5 is Ningo Prampra.
I said George.
The promise was one district, one factory. No man belongs to two districts. Is that not it?
Yes.
Everybody belongs to a district.
Yes.
I cast a very simple question. Mr. Isi, where is the factory in your district?
We have
all right.
In any case, B5. B5 has been long in existence before.
Exactly. B5, Dako Farms, Casapreco.
So show me one. Show me the brand new one.
All right, very well.
Show me what you have created.
George, so
you're taking advantage of it.
So it looks like a lot of the save Ekunfi, which I believe was built from scratch. Right. But the one district, one factory seems to be people who already have existing factories and they are given some money by governments to be able to do. But at the time one district, one factory was being promised, it seemed as though, because I heard a lot of your communicators on platforms, talk about the fact that you come to a district, you identify what that district is good at, and then together with the private sector, you put up a factory there. That has not necessarily.
Don't stress him. Just identify.
It's part. The process was.
What has been the success story of the one district?
That's what I've told you. When the Minister of Trade was invited to Parliament. Is it 2023 or 2022? He went there, he told them 167 of that is up and rising. And all in these categories. One is going to be from a scratch like the Kunfi one. And two, people in industry can take advantage. For instance, if there's a Lantam and Sons or family business,
You love the family and friends business,
and that is collapsing, okay, or having challenges, you can take advantage of that, and then it will revive your company, okay, and then you can take advantage to also expand to other hitherto non-existent areas in your business. Casa Preku is one such company. It's taking Casa Preku predates the One District, One Factory.
Yes.
But they've taken advantage of it to open branches. Okay?
Where?
Equiapim North, there's
Open branches where?
Footwear factories and co. It's up and they're working. Okay? And you can get the data.
It's embarrassing.
167 of them.
It's
and
embarrassing.
the Kumfi is there. It's
You
working.
keep mentioning Kumfi. Mention one other.
Also in the
Casa de Europa where?
In the central region.
Casa de Europa is
they took advantage of it. Yes, I know they had a challenge.
So is it that the government was just giving, was just providing existing factories with money to revamp the operation?
Because part of
that is what it seems the One District, One Factory has really been about.
If your company is
okay, so
collapsing,
how many,
like
how
Daku
many,
Farm
how
says,
many,
24 million, reviving Daku Farm,
George,
it's not good.
George, how
Come
many,
on,
how many,
$24 million
how many
investment
factories
there?
apart from Ekumfi have
Yes.
been built from scratch under one
Oh,
device?
the data is there.
I know there are.
It doesn't have any.
No,
this is the
that's
FPP
not
approach.
what we were coming to. But I can Google and
you
get
see,
it for
yes.
you, okay? But 167 of them, okay?
Right.
And I understand over 100 of
You
this.
understand.
Okay?
Not
Over
that you
100
know.
of this
You were
are
told.
from scratch, okay? They took advantage of it
Lantam.
across the country.
I'll come back to you on that. I'll come back to you.
I'm only interested in one. Show me that data one where you come from.
One factory is the
Some is not
process. Yeah, I don't know about Adanta having one. It's not all districts that have it. Some districts have about 3, 4. You get it. Some districts have
We even had 1 million,
because
one
there's a
constituency.
natural resource. That's the objective. A natural resource there that will get investors to come in. It's not a fully government owned.
no,
We
you
bring
see-
private people to come in and then we support them.
see that you're
and
struggling-
this has
you're struggling
helped.
to defend
According to the record, 170,000 people have benefited directly jobs from this investment. Okay, and so these are issues that we are looking at.
Right.
And again, last one. Let's look at this. You see, in the gestation of industries, if you ask anybody who is into this industry and factory building and co, it has about 5 years, okay, to take roots and then move on. You get it?
We are not
So
talking
you
about
are
roots.
talking of 24 hours, and you agree with me here that it is industrialization drive. I have always said that when they go and they are giving those their Wache and Pudong explanations, I say no, don't focus on that. Focus on industry. If it's industry, they don't want
You are
to
giving
focus
them
because
Apple.
of one.
No, which
district.
Apple? We don't need it.
Because of
If
one
they had
district,
Apple,
one
would they have
factory,
failed
they
this
don't want-
economy?
We haven't failed. We are
If-
there.
if we
They
had
don't-
Apple, would you fail
look,
this
look,
economy?
vehicle assemblies plant, VW and all that. Are they not in this country?
They came under.
Working.
No, no,
You get this
no,
because
no.
of this
What was
policy.
your investment?
Yes,
You get
Wanda,
it?
Wanda.
Serious investment.
Wanda, let me
Serious investment.
let me come back to you. Hold on, George. Wanda, let me come back to you on this, and then let's talk about it. And I will talk about the free dialysis issue. But yes, just
I have stated.
yes,
And
They don't have
that
anything.
is our position.
yes.
That we are not going to be drawn into this MPP mess. They know they have messed up. So this will not be the basis of our discourse. Our discourse is based on the fact that we are focused as a party coming into government to run this
With
country.
John Mahama?
It's better. It's far better than
They have-
anybody else
You
you have
say
in
he
your
doesn't
government.
have job for anybody.
Far better than anybody else you have in your
Unemployed
government.
unemployment
You don't,
graduates?
don't heckle. Let me just, because I don't want to
No,
do
I'm
that to
just
you.
supplying you with facts.
So it is not the case that because the MPP failed, that's why
I
we're
don't
coming to
trust
government.
him.
We have a concrete program to run to help this country out of the doldrums where they have kept us. Now, as part of even our 24-hour economy, one of the things we want to do, I talked about women banking. One of the things we want to do, okay, is to help all these banks that were collapsed by this reckless government with about 24 billion, 25 billion Ghana cedis to collapse 9 banks. And they know that now the records are showing. Some of even the microfinances, the savings and loans companies are going to court and getting favorable judgment that they were collapsed wrongly. Or
Wow.
the what do you call it? The commissioner who did the receiver did, something wrong in collapsing some of them. I mean, there was judgment just last week of one of them. I don't remember the name.
Really?
So that is happening along the line. And they know how much they have heckled that industry to the extent that over 700
We have revived the banking
Over
sector.
7,000 workers
You
within the
collapsed
banking industry
You collapsed.
no longer have jobs. That's how much people have been impoverished. That's how much,
They were going to
you know,
collapse.
even the collapse of some of them were owing because they were supporting contractors. Of course, I can speak to Unibank, I can speak to Indus Bank. They were supporting contractors.
But you know,
who
the
have
Bank
not
of
been
Ghana
paid.
gave clear reasons why some of these banks, you know, some of them were forced to merge, and some of them, you know,
Lantam,
had to be added to GCB, Consolidated Bank.
Let me make the point.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Consolidated Bank, that they claim they have put together,
Yeah.
was banned from undertaking forex exchange by the same Bank of Ghana. A government-owned bank is doing kululu. I don't want to go into some of those things. So what we are focused on is to develop the banking industry. You know, if you have a very functional banking industry to support industry, that's good job. Because you see, the credit lines you want to extend to people, the credit lines you want to extend to people, individuals to go into business, largely lies with the banking sector. And so an efficient running banking sector would help some of these things go on. If you refuse to pay contractors, some of them have not been in job for years, some of them are dead now, some are also in all kinds of diseases. You speak to the road contractors union and which I'm a member, and I know what is happening there. Contractors have not been paid, and for that matter, their owings to their various banks have also not been honored. And so you see that the bank is struggling not because they are running the bank aground, but because government has failed to live up to these expectations. I remember in 2021, I, by my company, made some supplies to a district assembly. In fact, let me mention the name, Shai Osudoku. Till today, I have not been paid. In fact, I spoke to the district chief executive yesterday and I asked him, what is happening? And you know what he told me? That it's election time, they have only a few weeks to elections, they cannot promise anything. That's how they've been struggling. Even our consolidated funds have been capped by this government. NHIS has been capped by this government. Get Fund has been capped by this government. Student Loan Trust Fund has been capped by this government.
What's wrong with
because they do not have the funds. And that's the reason why the financial sector struggled under them until when they decided to collapse them. So you cannot create a problem and then create a bigger problem and claim that somebody was responsible for them. Did any of these banks collapse under our tenure?
Yes.
Have you ever gone to any of these banks to withdraw money?
Yes.
And they told you that there was no money.
What the Bank of Ghana is saying is...
So now 2050.
What the Bank of Ghana told us was that this is something which didn't start under the NPP administration.
By John Mahama,
2015.
Who? Which bank?
John
Mahama. The bank.
But he said the of the bank were weak.
Hold on.
John Mahama State of the Nation address.
And so the Bank of, you remember the reasons the Bank of Ghana gave, right?
Lantam, I'm saying
they were just hungry.
I am saying
the financial malfeasance.
John Mahama even gave them some
within some of the banking institutions
I am saying that all businesses go through challenges. All business. All business. And if you ever run a business before, you understand that all businesses go through challenges. At the time when those banks were going through challenges, there are a couple of things to do. In any case, if you seek to solve the problem of a 9 billion gap, and you are solving it with 25 billion, that's the solution. Is that what we mean by the MPP giving a superior solution?
Unit
so
of
please,
Bank of
let's
Ghana
be clear
to JM.
in our mind.
Said the banks were
Let's
collapsed.
be clear in our mind
But you
what
don't
we
want
want
to
to do.
admit it.
Our job is not to collapse banks. We want to help them to be on their feet. We want to help them to
We
be
have
able
helped
to extend credit to people who need it. And we want to help them to be efficient. Run efficiently. That's what we should be doing.
Right.
And not to collapse them
up money
and create
in Ghana and send it to the United States.
You think that is and then expect us to be clapping for you when you are failing.
All right, very well. Let's move on to the issue of dialysis. But I mean, just to know, you talked about CBG being suspended from forex trading. There are other banks that have also been suspended.
I'm talking about the one that has just been created.
FNB,
seemingly to be efficient.
FNB, GT Bank.
No, but I'm saying that all those ones are private banks.
They are involved in
and all of this is the Bank of Ghana which is doing. So the regulator is doing well.
We are not like you.
Those are private.
Cover it up.
Private institutions.
But anyway.
We will not cover it up. They were covering up.
Hold on. Let's briefly touch. We have 5 minutes to wrap up. Wonder, we have 5 minutes to wrap up. So let's briefly touch on the issue of dialysis from 1st December.
Yes.
The question that a lot of people are asking is, why now?
They're looking for votes.
Why not now?
Why now?
Why not
Why
now,
7
Lantam?
days to election?
Why not
They're
now?
looking for votes.
Is dialysis?
No, it's not 7 days.
It said from 1st
No,
December.
listen, it's not
From
7
1st
days.
December.
Yes, listen.
That's the announcement that was made.
Yes, I've listened to the chief executive, my brother, Dr. Abuaje Costa. It is, we discussed it here.
That
From, is it July when it started, they're below 18 and above 60. Okay, getting the dialysis this thing. This government is invested in over 30 new dialysis equipment for Kolebu. Okay, so these are, and more are coming. That was the pilot program. Now we have done the assessment. There's data to back
You
the
don't even have
need
the data.
for us to roll out. The CEO is said it. That is the data.
What's the data?
They've done their assessment. They've got the data. that
800
it's
people.
feasible. Okay, that if we roll it out for everybody, the states can
What
take
form
that.
is it going to take? Is it one dialysis session?
Oh no, the
for an
details. The
individual?
details will be
Two
no,
because
the
people on
do
dialysis
about 3
exactly
a week.
So is it going to cover all of that?
Definitely. Why
3?
not? Yes.
So like an individual.
Well, those below
3
18
sessions
and
a
above
week.
60, they were
Do we
doing
have
it
enough
that way.
dialysis machines? Are we going to have issues with the consumables that
Good.
we're doing the
No,
dialysis? All of those issues.
That's why I said these things have been
because big
answered.
hospitals like Ofanochi, for example, have just about 7 dialysis machines.
yes.
You go to the
And I
Tamale
tell you,
Teaching
about
Hospital.
30 has been brought,
I mean,
and
some of
more
their
are
dialysis
coming.
machines have
More are
broken
coming.
down.
More are
right?
coming. And
Yeah,
then the
this is
kidney
just to look for
transplant-
votes. It's a
it's
failed
not-
government
How
looking for
many-
votes.
Listen. How many people? If it's about votes, how many people are on dialysis?
They're
in the
dependent.
country?
They have dependents.
We have 18.73 million people on the voter register. Okay, and
Yes.
you're telling me this is what is going to influence.
You should tell us the
these
figures.
people?
No, tell me the
You
figures.
get
All
it.
right, because
But
of
it's
time.
the welfare. It's about the care of
What
the
he
president
doesn't
and the vice
understand
president.
is that
And we love
for
these
any
people
man
who
on
support-
All right, thank you,
dialysis,
George. Yes,
for so
well done.
many years,
for
insurance
any
has
man on
taken it.
dialysis,
Yes.
That's
they
it.
have dependents.
Yes.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes,
And the
definitely.
burden of that dialysis is not
Yes.
sometimes even on the patient
Yes,
themselves.
yes.
It's on their dependents or people who actually
That's why
have
Karen
to
government
fund
has taken it up.
that project.
It's not for election.
The dialysis, the need for dialysis started way back in 2021.
Hey,
There have been strike actions. Those patients have
There's
many
been
of
a
them.
lot of advocacy for that.
Yeah, many of them
Dialysis
even died
has
in the
been there
process.
for
So
long.
can you
Hold
please
on,
say,
George.
listen
He
and
said
let-
2021.
listen to wisdom.
George,
Listen to
George,
wisdom.
George.
What's the wisdom?
George, please, allow
these
him to
people,
make his point.
these people
correct
have
him.
been
He's wrong.
When I say wisdom, it means that we're offering superior
Yeah,
solutions to the
so there's
problem.
been a lot of advocacy for
There's
dialysis.
a lot of
There's been a lot of
advocacy
advocacy
since
for dialysis
2021.
right now.
This
Good.
government
And
never found a
and
wisdom.
they have
Hold on.
corrected
Sort
him.
of pilot.
Lantam, will you allow me to make
let
my
me
point?
lay so that I'll
Thank
come
you.
to
Have 5 minutes.
Don't worry. I'll give you
Go
the time to make the point. You know.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So
For checkmating
what I'm saying is that
checkmating.
what I'm saying is that the government
providing
started.
more info.
No,
You said started
let me-
from
let me- the
20
government
years now,
started,
which is wrong.
something by
Yes.
When?
people in a certain age bracket.
When was
be able
this?
to
No,
get
July.
Do you remember
certain
when
July
dialysis,
this year? July,
treatment for a
6
particular
months.
period of time,
Yes.
and now they are saying from the first. Anyone who is on
all.
NHIS will get access to free
That's
dialysis.
all.
Is that not commendable?
And I have said that
Very.
this is an agenda to buy vote.
No,
Period.
no.
And they know that very
No.
well. You see, I have already explained to you that of the people that are on the dialysis, is the people who pay the bills that feels the pinch.
Yeah.
Yes, I am sick. I feel the pinch. I feel the pain and all that of being sick. But the main cost of that my dialysis is carried by other people. So what you are doing is there's cascading effect of the sufferings of many people who have become responsible for
Is
that
it
patient are now supposedly going to benefit from something free. And for
what we
me,
asked you.
we have said it that since 2021, the cases of dialysis has surged, largely because of our lifestyle, also largely because of Galamsey. We have all agreed to that. Now, this government never found wisdom all this while to procure this dialysis machine. You talked about Akyem. Akyem had only 7.
Yeah, they have
for how
7.
many years? In fact, Kolebu's own broke down. They had only one working at a certain point in time. It broke down. There were several agitations, several advocacy groups. This government never fixed it.
Nephrology
We have 7 days
department.
to election. Then you tell me
No,
that
but Kolebu didn't
you
have
have
only
found
one.
you have
They
found
have
only one department. Sorry, one
They
department
didn't
was
have only
working.
one dialysis.
No,
machine.
what I mean is that
No,
whole
they have a
down,
department.
How
and
would
there's
they
only
with that?
one
Nephrology
department.
and
All the other ones in the other departments were broken down. Only one department was working, and that department. There were agitations at the time.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that for all this while, this government never found the wisdom to procure 30 machines or to procure new machines for Kolebu. So what are we talking about here?
But now
and
we
this is going to
understand
happen
some-
7
Why?
days
Right.
to elections. 7 days to election. That's the focus.
All right.
7 days to election.
So you believe that it's an attempt just to win
they
people?
know that this
No,
will work.
very well. We have
This
to
will
end.
work.
Thank you very much.
This will
Just
work.
for
We have been
joining
rejected.
us.
Solution to our problem.
Georgia, you
And I
see,
tell you,
is
government.
with
but
the
where
NPP.
is finding
things
this
and go
election?
home.
One
Mark
Armadillo,
it on the
with
wall. We'll be
NDC.
here.
This is where we'll
Pack
wrap
your
up the
things and
breakfast
go.
review segment. Thank you very much for watching. Stay tuned. We have more coming up for you
The
here
elephant won.
on GH
The
Today.
elephant won.
We'll be
now
right back.
you are elephant.
You're on GHOne television, and we've got a conversation coming up that has got to do with charity and charity work. You know that we always love that, and so we're bringing you that conversation pretty shortly. Right after that conversation, we're going to take you to the Asante region. In fact, we're taking you to the Asante Akyem North constituency, where my colleague Sewami here is, and we're going to bring you Voters Connect. We'll be speaking to the parliamentary candidates in the constituency. We'll be speaking to the constituents, and they'll be telling us about the issues in the constituency that are of importance to the voters for this upcoming 2024 December 7 parliamentary elections. But for now, let's get into our charity conversation. In the studio with me this morning is the executive director of the No Limits Charity Organization, in the person of Rita Esionam Gaglo. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
I'm very well.
Good to know, and it's great to see you here in the studio.
Same here.
So, your charity organization, the No Limits Charity Foundation.
Yes.
What is it about? What do you do?
So, No Limits is a non-profit that supports the education of vulnerable children, their well-being and personal development. We also empower teenagers through vocational skills training. So that's basically what we do.
This is the main focus.
Yes.
Are there other things that you do which is not necessarily under these core things that you've mentioned?
So healthcare, providing capital to some of the parents of these children that we support to start businesses,
right.
Because we have limited funding, so we try to limit the support that we give to the children every time. So we have to empower their mothers who are not working so that they could have something doing to fend for their children and themselves. Yes.
What's the story behind No Limits? How did it start? Where did the inspiration come from? Give us the story.
So I witnessed how selfless my father was when in supporting vulnerable children like the underprivileged. He was a customs officer, so anywhere he was transferred to, he made sure that children who were not in school were helped to school. So we picked that from him. But unfortunately, so when I was growing up, I think age 9 or so, I told my dad I was going to build the biggest orphanage in the world when I grew up, because I saw how he was helping children, and I was also going to accommodate all the street children in there. So unfortunately, he died when I was 15.
Wow.
So he didn't see all the things I have done. So to fulfill his promise, and also because myself and my sister faced the immense challenge going to school after my father passed. So to be able to help other children so they won't go through the same situation my sister and I went through after our father passed, I decided to start an organization to help children in my community in Jamestown.
Wow, that's brilliant stuff. Your desire need to help, inspired
Yes.
by your father and what your father did. And
Yes,
I'm pretty sure wherever he is today, he's absolutely proud of what you've been able to do. And speaking about what you've been able to do, what are some of the things that this foundation has been able to achieve over the years?
So we've been running for the past 13 years. So I started on my 22nd birthday.
Wow.
And then we've done quite a number of things, supported a number of children through school. One of our success stories is a boy we helped from basic JHS 3, and he went through secondary school to the tertiary and is now a doctor of pharmacy. Yeah, we have one from basic 5 and she's now in level 200 in the University of Ghana.
Wow.
We have 3 of them in the secondary school going to Form 3. We've helped quite a number of young people, train them in different skills, and then we've fed so many children. Every Christmas, we feed 1,000 children in Jamestown, and also
this is one of the initiatives where you were feeding.
Yes, this was our 13th anniversary.
13th anniversary.
Yes, so we went to the GHOne special school to feed them. So we had breakfast with them, and we stayed over. We prepared the food in their school, and we stayed over for supper. So we fed the entire school, and also provided uniforms for children who didn't have uniforms. So for almost all of them who didn't have good uniforms, we sold new uniforms for them. So we have quite a number of projects. We have the Uniform for the Needy Child projects, and a lot more.
And a lot more.
Yes.
So you've been, the foundation has been in existence for the past 13 years.
Yes, please.
But is there you did this for the 13th year anniversary, right? And when was this one?
This was in February.
In February.
Yes.
So for the rest of the year, what are some of the other activities that you've got?
Some of the years we give out school materials, school supplies to schools in the community. So we've given out school books and supplies to 1,000 children in the entire community, like the schools in the entire community. And then we've also renovated some spaces for some people.
So we understand that there is also a learning center.
Yes, please.
That you've been able to do, because of the foundation that you have, which is 2 years.
Yes, please.
Tell us about that.
Okay, so in partnership with Changing African Lives Foundation, we were able to put together the Gamashi 360 Learning Center, which intends to improve upon the academic performance of children in Jamestown, because we believe most children really do not like reading in Jamestown, so we want to improve their academic performance. So hence the learning center that has a library and then an ICT center. Yes,
and that's been there for 2 years.
Yes,
and it's been running for 2 years.
Yes, please.
So there is a second anniversary coming up.
Yes, there's a second.
And what are some of the activities lined up for the anniversary?
Okay. So the first anniversary, we enrolled 20 young people into hairdressing, tailoring, makeup, and other shoemaking, dressmaking. But this second anniversary, because every year we want to impact lives, so this second one we want to have we want to register 500 children with NHIS cards, and renew some cards as well. Yes, for children in the community, because that's what we asked, and then that's what they really need. Yeah.
All right. So when is all of this happening?
So tomorrow we are having it done in front of our learning center. Yes, please.
I mean, and just to refresh the memory of those watching, where the learning center is in?
It's in Jamestown. Yes, please. Jamestown.
And is there any specific part of Jamestown?
So Jamestown, the Pentecost Church.
Okay.
We are just close to the Pentecost Church. Like, we are just one block apart from
the Pentecost
Church.
All right.
At
so
the Jamestown.
I guess people are invited to come and be a part of it.
Yes, please.
Yes, and if anybody wanted to support, the No Limits charity organization, how do they do that?
So we are open to any assistance, either financial support or school supplies, because we are starting a project. We started last year called the Uniform for the Needy Child, where we intend distributing uniforms to 5,000 children in Ghana, like all the regions in Ghana. So if anyone wants to support, we will be glad if they could support us with uniform materials or financial support or books for the learning center.
All right.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much. Is there anything you'd like to say before we wrap up?
Okay, so we want to thank our partners, Changing African Lives Foundation, and then everyone who had helped us throughout this journey, and then we will want them to know that we appreciate every little thing they do for us. Thank you.
We also appreciate what you continue to do for, the vulnerable and the needy and those who are really benefiting from your charity organization. Thank you very much for your good work.
Thank you.
And you've heard from Rita Esionam Kagulu, who is the Executive Director for the No Limits Charity Organization, telling us about the work that they've been doing. And so, of course, if you want to support, you know how to do so. Is there a number of people who can call?
Yes, please.
Social media handles that people can get
yes,
to? Let's put that out there.
So we are on Facebook, No Limits Charity Organization, Instagram, no_charity_organization, no_limits_charity, and then TikTok, No Limits Charity Organization,
Right.
and the number is 055-868-8527.
055-868-8527.
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you very much,
Thank
Rita,
you.
for joining us in the studio.
Thank
and this is where we'll end this conversation. And stay tuned. When we return, we're taking you to the Asante region for Voters Connect. We'll be right back.
GHOne OV van has been one of the best vans I've used personally in this country. It runs a system where we are able to run on Dante to be able to do our broadcast mixed well also from this van.
I've used this OB van for quite a number of big productions, i.e. 3 music awards, the late President Rollis' state funeral, Emmys Africa Awards, and a number of them.
My experience with the GHOne van has been the state of the art equipment they have. Personal experience is you can use it for both indoor and outdoor, all events, conferencing, like anything you need a van to work for you, GHOne provides it.
My experience with the van has been very good. Why? Because it has a number of facilities that I may not get in other vans. The van has a very wide bench that can accommodate all my technical crew, ICCU, switcher, graphics, CG, and all of that. And then it also has a studio, a green room studio that comes with TriCaster. So if you want somebody to do commentary on a live event, you can put that presenter who's in that studio as well and get that running.
To give an experience to our audience, we're also watching on TVs and online. Work with an Exo technology system, which makes your video mixing with Panasonic cameras, like a lot of other stuff in terms of content you need to get also for your live broadcasts. I
prefer the GHOne van to a lot of other vans I've used, or even doing my own setup on a tabletop setup. Because on a production, you see a number of people in the van. And so if you have a very small van, it means that it's going to be choked, and that will affect the creativity as well. The price has been discounted as well to accommodate varied budgets. And so no matter the budget you have, I understand you can have the truck and do business with it.
It looks huge, but very affordable. Cost is really, really affordable. My experience with it, EMI Awards last year, super excellent. Try it, call them, and I'm going to give you the best of price. Really affordable.
Welcome back to the show. You're still watching GH Today here on GH1 Television, and it's time for us to bring you Voters Connect. And I told you that today we're taking you all the way to the Asante region, where we're bringing you Voters Connect. And Voters Connect from the Asante region today is coming to you from the Asante Akyem North constituency with the incumbent member of parliament and the Apiakubi there, the NDC member of parliament or the NDC parliamentary candidates. Kofi Asamoah, and of course, Ohene Kwame Frimpong, who is also an independent parliamentary candidate. My colleague Sewami here is in the constituency together with Ibrahim Al Hassan. The constituents are there gathered, ready for Voters Connect. So let's now take you live to Sewa and IB in the Asante Akyem North constituency on Voters Connect. Good morning to you guys out there in Kumasi. What's up? What's happening?
In the Ashanti region. Yes, it's been a very long ride, but we're here and we're excited to be here on Voters Connect this morning, and trust that as we're in the Ashanti region, this isn't going to be our final stop, it's just the first stop, and we have other constituencies that we're going to be touring. But this morning we're coming to you from Agogo. We're next to the police station to engage the people of this constituency. Now, I know that Lantam has already given a brief background about the constituency. This, since 2012, has predominantly been an NPP stronghold. And the difference, or one of the key reasons why we're here this year for Voters Connect, is that according to political watchers, there appears to be a shift, or there's going to be a shift, because there's an independent candidate who, for the want of a better word, will be causing trouble in the camp of the NPP. And he's in the person of Ohene Kwame Frimpong, who owns Salt FM. He's a businessman and has other businesses. But of course, you know that I never do this alone. I'm here always with my producer, and he's also the political editor for the EIB network, Ibrahim Al Hassan. IB, this is where we are today. You have been here since last night. What do you pick up from the constituency? And just before IB comes in, I mean, a lot more background about the constituency. I have used the constituency a bit. They have an issue of bad roads, and then there's the issue of galamsey, illegal mining on one of their river bodies, Orure, or I hope I got the name right. Please forgive me if I didn't. But predominantly, these are the key problems in the constituency. The issue of unemployment is not new, but what else have you been able to pick up from here?
Well, this constituency had always been in the news for the Fulani,
right,
the nomadic herdsmen, and the troubles that accompany the activities. I can't remember even the number of times we've carried stories from Agogo to be specific about the distractions and devastations being caused by nomadic herdsmen. That seems to have died relatively because it looks like there is a lid on that particular problem. But of course, the issue of unemployment is top on the agenda as well, especially for the youth. You talked about roads. Yes, you're right. Galamsey, this constituency used to be part of the Asante Akyem Central constituency, which is Konongo. And so obviously when we're doing the Galamsey stories, we actually talk about Konongo Dumasi, that's Asante Akyem Central as well. So that Galamsey problem has not actually escaped this particular constituency. So you are right, there are some river bodies that have been polluted as a result of the activities of Galamseyers. But predominantly roads, unemployment, among other things. And you might think that this is not your Accra, this is not your Kumasi. So the living condition problems will not exist here, but trust me, Sewa, they do exist.
And you know, one of the things about this constituency is it's one of the red hot flags, hot spots, you know. It's not going to be the first time. Hopefully in election 2024 we don't see it. We have 3 candidates who are vying for the position, or who are going to be on the ballot paper, well, that we know. So there's the main contenders, I should say. There's the incumbent member of parliament, Andy Apiakubi, who is a lawyer by profession, and he is a two-time member of parliament, hoping to get in for the third time. And then there's the NDC candidate, Chief Kofi Asamoah, who is the first timer because he took over from a certain Alaji who won in 2020. And then there's the independent candidate, who many people believe is going to be the problem in this constituency. Ohene Kwame Frimpong. He's a businessman. He's 46 and he's causing strides, as they like to call it. We understand that there was some chaos last week between supporters of the independent candidates and the candidate of the NDC, because the radio station here, which is owned by the independent candidate Salt FM, made, according to the NDC candidate, certain defamatory statements or comments about the NDC candidate, and so he walked into the radio station to condemn the act. I mean, as journalists, we must condemn it if that is indeed what happened, because imagine that we're in the studio, right, and someone just walks in and says, give me an apology because I said so and so. That's why the courts are there. If anybody makes a defamatory comment about you, you go to the court. But anyway, that's not why we're here. We have three main contenders for this year's elections when it comes to the parliamentary elections. And like we told you, this seat since 2012 has predominantly been for the NPP. But if things are going to change, well, we'll find out. And even for the people here who are main focus, we want to find out from the NPP supporters if they have anything to show for all the times they have voted for the NPP, and for the NDC as well, what makes them think they are going to win this time, especially because they've never won. And then for the independent candidates, who is coming to a constituency that is predominantly NPP, and how he thinks by whatever magic he's going to be able to take the seat. So that's what our Voters Connect is going to be looking like today. And thankfully, we have the independent candidate who will be joining us very shortly. I will engage him. We extended invitations to all the candidates, but we had just him. We understand that Andy Apiakubi is in Accra and couldn't join, but just to let our viewers know that we invited all of the three candidates that we have mentioned. None of them, well, one is here, the other two didn't come. I don't want to say they decided not to come. Yes. But the other two didn't come. Yes. And I know you're going to say they have reps here.
Yes, but by way of context, yes. So indeed, we invited all of them, sent them the invitations ahead of time, and subsequently forwarded the flyers promoting today's engagement to them. Yes. We got some explanations from the camps. The NDC's candidate, Chief Kofi Asamoah, says he had been summoned to Accra for a meeting with the party executives. And so he had opted to find out from us whether there is any way or means of joining. And we have said, no, this is an in-person engagement. And so if he's available physically, we can have that engagement. He asked whether we could call him on phone. That is not the regular studio discussion where people could join via Zoom and via phone calls. And so the NDC has actually sent its Director of Communications or Communications Officer, as they refer to them, for the constituency are here. Fine. And of course, some other supporters are here as well. That's fine. Yes, I've engaged the camp of the NPP as well. They tell us that they've not been emphatic that Andy Apiakubi will not come. So we are still expecting him. If he comes, his seat is available. If they send other people to represent, which have been informed will happen, they are equally welcome and they will be accommodated. All right, thank you very much for the context, Ibrahim. And so we are going to be speaking basically to the constituents now as we wait for the independent candidate to join us, and also the representative from the NDC. So we have the microphone there, and we'll invite the members of the constituency. And for the purposes of this show and for where we are, we'll be doing a lot of Chi. I will do my best to do the translation because I'm Ashanti. You know, for those who don't know, I'm an Ashanti girl, so I speak a lot of good Chi. If I do say so myself, right? So who do we have first? Who is going to be joining us? We want to also know from the members of the constituency what is going to inform their voting choice come December 7th, because we have just about 23 days more to election 2024. People have said they are voting based on various grounds. There are some, especially those who are voting for the NPP, say they are voting
keenly or mainly because of Free Senior High School. The NDC supporters say the economy. I want to know what the independent candidate supporters have to say or will inform their decision. And even that, I mean, if they are voting for an independent candidate at the primary level,
yes,
who are they going to be voting for at the presidential level?
Yes, usually that choice is left for them to make between the two leading contenders. And so that's where we have the sketch and blouse. So they opt for one parliamentary candidate. But when it comes to the presidential, sometimes the parliamentary candidate do not even tell them who to vote for at the presidential level. But so here's the catch. Every independent candidate is either from the NDC or from the MPP. So at the national level, they know who they are voting for.
And it's a question that we're going to ask the independent candidates who he intends to vote for. Because from what I know, he used to be a member of the NPP.
Exactly.
And so I don't know if that still stands. And so at the presidential level, he's going to vote for Dr. Bawumia, or he is deflected to join the NDC at the presidential level. But we're going to start with the community engagement now. I want to know who will be asking the question first. But we Obeka Brofo. Please get closer to the microphone.
Yeah. I'm Samuel Loredo Sample.
Samuel, you're welcome.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for coming. And this is a program that will benefit, especially the constituent, giving us the opportunity to ask questions and to understand things better as we gear towards election 2024. Well, for me, I speak for Ohenekwame Frimpong. And looking at Asante Akyem North, it has been dominated by the MPP for quite a long time, since 1990. Definitely after every election, MPP will win the seat. But now, looking at how the constituency has been governed or has been ruled by the MP, talking about development, I believe when you were coming, you saw how our road network is. The youth here, most of them are unemployed, and the youth are ready for change. And the change is going for Ohenekwame Frimpong. Because we believe that, though he has not been voted to power, the things that he is doing, we believe that when he's giving the nod, he will do more.
So at the presidential level, who will you vote for?
We don't care about the presidential level. Whoever becomes president, we are ready to work.
But you should care, because if you vote for an independent candidate to be MP, whoever becomes president makes a lot of decisions as well, which will subsequently affect your MP and affect you as well.
It's good you said whoever becomes president. So whoever becomes president, Ohenekwame will work with the person.
Were you also a member of the NPP?
Yeah.
So why did you move?
We are looking for development.
And you weren't getting that in the NPP?
No.
So the NPP as a political party, have you been impressed as a member?
Well, they've done their part, because looking at their flash program, the Free Senior High School, of which it has benefited a lot. I am a teacher. I have students that I catered for pay their fees. And because of the introduction of the Free Senior High School, I don't pay fees anymore. So the MPP has put some money in my pocket. But with that one here, look at some programs like One District, One Factory, One Village, One Dam. There are other places that they have this. Assuming if I had these flash programs in my constituency, for example, the One Village, One Dam, it should have helped the farmers now that we don't have any rainfall. Then moreover, one constituency, one factory, one district, one factory. Asante Akyem, we have a building, but the factory is not working. An MP was bold enough to be in parliament to say that we have a factory working here, which is a lie. So I believe that for the president or for the party, they don't have much problem. But for the parliamentary, that is where our focus is.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Good morning. Me pacho be microphone kakra.
Eframe akwasi amwako. Na madwen tira kakra mpesa bisa. Edi enti na yeto aba.
For impuntu juma na ya brabo mu entoye.
Impuntu na aguko hadi ya nyabi. Ni ha ai vetme de ansasi abota MP awo Asante Akyem no ai why be a mamma made a mania? A castle fulani me one this near friend was able to no, the whole constituency have fuck on a book no na this MC ya no onogo didi achire tamwa na ntwisam bae ne ya ka ho na ne sesesika sabra kwa no nka ho bi ya de court why Mr. Anyamadu kono MP a ho no ono na befa nso nipa oboa ya ne kojo ban ajeman former MP dada ene pani kodro ene sa osebo nsuro omne tu ho na mo akopem support ebia ene be pie o ne sandi penso enti me hu so nyo na pam fulani ompam fulani ene ya kan puntu a mo bua e mo hu kure mo akwan mo hu he kura ba hospital junction be hu sa de tie enti no yenkura ase akwan de me yekuani pa obi ogyina ha bia woni me utru so amore be ho enti de puntu na aba ha enti de me de me kan na se obi a o agogo ha sabe odena ni ha de bia o so he kwa mfrempon ene ni pa obetimi aboa enti no obi o ya babu me NDC ni pa amadi NDC every 92 amatu aba me na me hoda but me hu so ra no we obi obetimi aboa agogo ene na important mo enti no obi a ogina ha o ya babu na so o pebra bo bia onto aba ma o he
na say MPs level no oto aba ma o he a president why na beto aba ma
the president de one John Mahama obi a me nim sa beto aba ma na ebebo ama o man na akoyie no sister na do bae no free education be ba no ogina hoyi za free education no e ka ya bonu mu oni obe pajansa no mu e ka ya bonu mu no me papa ni ko SS agogo state Mr. Tugaya no jana ha ya obeka sai ona tara na de sabre fia 8 nile na ya onya squat ade onya bibia we me nim mfaso ade brae enti be de me metoma ba ma jon metoma o hena metoma jon a obi so ayo he
ya da se mami me pacho be microphone kakama
na na de abanu afa ne one touch yenye wa ko sobojo mu no yenye ti yeji ta fela ti awon banu afi ya fra no ba che
pacho be my na tete no na oto abama hwan
na me to abama MPP
na de na fe de wonto my MPP bi
oh mame enemy tirim edu amato de enemy tirim
me pesa mi hu
ana makato de enemy tirim edu wa
kasa go microphone
edu wa de enemy tirim me na me de meto ama no
na de na MPP candidate no wonto ma no
oh aba fa me kwasa me nya kola me do aka me di
kasa go microphone
aka mo ya me di say yes me nya kola sa edu wa enemy tirim
na wo akosomodwemu ache
akosomodwemu market
ache enti no MPP ba mu 8 years ni da we ka se assess omo abembo na de na wo ka fa ho
ye mo ka fa ho ni say wa be ye bi de so ma jele se ba me be ye na wa me ye ni nyira amachi jeje wo ti be ba be ye bi na wa me ye ni nyira e ba ni fuate ajebi wa ajebi kiase obi funwa obi funwa eti aso ye wade ye san ami da mi tira ka se bi ase ye dru wade ani mi tirim
yo ye dase ba so ye jo so na say
boko ba
yo yenti o ye fa say
meti azozo iki ona buware
yo
be a moving actor and le wena taye film ona buware ana me free
yo okay
na me hwedi a nipa idi na chi a obitima aboa Asante Akyem no empagaba e yo ohene kwa frempon eno na ma e kama kuma se no be boa ne campaign the senti me pass me tu me ho edim ho abafode aboa wuru ni monyamfo se de be ya emabunu nya dwuma nye no benya dwuma ye iti eno a mijina ka so e na me kasa ma wuru ni monyamfo na ye de ne ba bibra Asante Akyem no
na tete no na e panel to abawo
minimum de the slow speaker na far from eko ko be fere yo so mi do na me na sa tatram ka ya bumpia me ye campaign ma MP na not we but me hu say na adwuma nso ni no ena ma jana yes
de no ye
oni ni sign na enu 2 years ya hofono no oni ni pentimi na ntenche yes mabua na wie no ena ka je se me nkotwa me fem na me otimi me nante bi ma ya de wo so onya me hwe itimi hu se papa we obi a itimi ne nante ena ma me dwen hu se de bunya badaye ti wo se me ne sign ena me so me honhom kire me se nipa wo ya doye ena me honhom betim na nante na mpa ke papen ko
eti obi adoye na okay
yes
adoye na okay
adoye obi o
ti obi ma osika na okay
enye me misika o obi a wo bi adwuma ana obi a wo ma ni nua bisika me ko twa fim ba kakra me nya no na wontimi a mesiri misika no obenya bibia fi baabi na me ho be pa me
enti no unto abama okay a e wo parliament na president one abeto amano
me to abama okay frimpon a oh na parliament na president no wa hwa meda me so le kora oh yes because me fa hu me nka say ma wonim say aha e Asante Akyem of aha ba bi ewe e MPP strong good say me ye MPP ni mapa anto he kwa frimpon abenti me bebo ne campaign na me nkrofo ye MPP fo ye bi enura bi na ka so kasa em okay frimpon na wotimi afo ka na be hwiba so si pan e enura ama obo masum ama me ko hoya ne abubo ya wote so no wode MP no wa ha na yetu no e na bobo na boya e no sa pa say if you want ma je bon sam ile tu ni bi bi o tina ko ye be so mon sam oh yes
enti why na wo be to abama no for presidential
ama o he conference for presidential no e ministry ma se me be ko ameda ntu bi
na as young person komu hasero MPP baba in 8 years say you can say assess your move between 1 to 10 obem mark your move saying
me the pass e obisam sa assembly young person ka the krum MP na mention ha no obisam say oh you are ko bitim ya che say you are dying dia we dey dying bi ye kwan preda ha no emu ebonka no e che bela ke che galamse bonka ha ni hu ye che man hu o he kwa friend po onko aben mu na so du yo so a o ni bottom sika esi toilet ama yo so ma 20 sita toilet onko aben mu wuduru ayi akutuase a wasi 48 stores market ama wo mo wase school dan e wogidim papa we no so obebo obi a no de sika abo pass e ye me post tro enu ti na mini na chi no oh yes
na me asema me bisa o me say ye ka say mark NPP enye parliament no parliamentary candidates no abai no Nana do dan kwakufu ado ne ba omi aban no from between 1 to 10 obe mark e wo mo say
mo de me die se de no bo afode no afi na me benya 1 year free education on ko bi ti me nya fa so bi empleso I don't suffer. No who's papa no dada me na me agala pesi no MP na ote so no e na me mpena sem ba presidential and me ni asem sana me toma ba yes
yo yeah that's it
ya no bi achi ya friend otu champon Akyem the pass and came through ha come pe tempo ha so oni hana ya bako so aka ma nwati mi jira ha no pay ya my first question honorable MP e be ka kire ye say ana mo am kra mo won tafefo mu ya we e ko jina na hye bedwafie e ka kire say one destroy one factory no e ko so on the constituency mu ye mu say maguna wa ha say fine so ya djuma constituency mu a o factory ho ya djuma ni bi e say ka kire say onu an plantain farm ana de produce factory no e mo na ye adwuma e no ntem koda osman na ye ayi ni pie e ma na kwatra radio so ka kire ye say within 1 week no
e kwan ya mo fa so ba mu ba bi de na bi de track na mini da no police school ho mu o ka ti so o mu ba yes e kwan ni nyina fiti konongo e de abesi Asante atuma gogo ha ye hu kwan bia o ka se 2 years ago ama see your 10 kilometers road o mo ba ye constituency we mu ye hu kwan bia intimidation as that e so constituency mu intimidation no ma ha se ye ka kire IGP so ani ni police commander wa Asante atuma no for ha enkasa no abato na ya kwato intimidation bia ni me ya sure se monya MC audio ni bia tie se munya bi tie ya before se mo be free ha kono ya be send ya mamu mo abotie MP ni MC akotira ase akodie plan B se no no mo de kwa abato ebe ye wura mu plan B na enya djuma plan B bia ni ho be ya djuma constituency we mu se on person mu wi ni a on metre de o ma ya constituency we se we na mo hwa so ko to abama ye.
And you know, who now who constrained? How long have you lived here?
Yeah, 1988.
See what's not her ever since?
This year, I mean, two kind that it's a constituency.
Now, it's you know, open say what she say since our MP be ever sweet incumbent no onye bibia o constituency.
Asante achimno from Mabu and benefit na jira hai. Me meet me ni ho dance ya on bet me di ho dance ya di o ma kan wudi bibi ni say da ya MPP aje common fund ade baye ntutuma constituency yem say MP say common fund da waje since 2017 no ade be aduma no de aye Kini Jonas sorry Kamintela akwa na bie mani ma mu say say common fund no MP di akoto Benz a otimu
and yes, I won't you know,
what you about me?
Nasa, when we saw Chibens, I only maybe on yes, can you feel?
Common fund, I told you common fund. Me say, yes, you cannot have got Benz, now much common fund, project your dial constituency.
It's MP Basri, on yes,
mammy, on yes,
you. Nasa, what to Abama, okay. Presidential no one over to amano.
Presidential the obi or habian baby de mi fliba. Obi bialo habian. Men to abama MPP da. Me to ama NDC. Then when I come from Pong, the work ya mama mu. Etina me support no.
Na adena over to abama NDC. NDC winning wo constituency we muda.
Etina me say to abama he come from Pong no.
Na presidential na mi busa.
Presidential 4 years be our presidential and numbers increasing. That's why I'm saying I have to Abama no.
Mati yedase.
That's what I was saying.
Good morning. Your friend me Eric Opoku Adom. Dodo na friend me Soso. Me wo akutuase wo Asante Akyem North constituency mu. I want to be free. In fact, yenina ye busa. Meba no na me pese me camera for pa. But potholes e wo krowe mu agye ne nyina ase ho. Nti me ka ne twi. Ye to aba ye pe empuntuo. Enu nti na ye to aba. O fiti preko pen sore anopanko dila ase kwa akoto aba breko a wonim de nti akwa akoto aba. Now, already unity, nature na semi, your friend or him Kwame Frimpong.
Okay, me check Tobo, meaning say, or support say, or any Kwame Frimpong. Me, me who say, wash any channel. Now, me person me who your reasoning for voting, you know, as we get into the elections, 23 days away, especially our presidential level, no, because parliamentary level there, me amit me unia obeto abama no. Now, as a young man, no, dear na ebe informing what decision say obeto abama siwesi anasa siwesi.
Me started say me kasano, me say empuntu development. Enunti na ema me akwa akoto aba. Presidential no ehu hia pa because ye to abama ohene Kwame Frimpong no. Se one to presidential na okwa onye obi ne anya adwuma enti e wose meto aba na me ya megyina hanum yi ebi nim ba bia me free ba mu ofa the late Kwabno Owusu Amwako, first presiding member Asante Akyem North constituency. No fasten me. Intime mo Osun amunyukuo ni mu. Na nya Osun na me woman nti na me kwa akoto aba me da me hwe mpuntuo na me hwe free SHS omampani e de ba ya aya na misro se mesesa aban ni mu a bia no maba begu no enu nti e be mama to aba ama NPP 2012 na me wo college e kwan a mampani bia wo so de me fa so pa enu nti me de meto aba ma na ha na edi ani hwe aha na wasi edi ani hwe because ye ka we nyina no omampani no emprahe no oba ha MC ne member of parliament a yayi no na edi anim eni si ya maya adwen anko ye hanom na se ekoye esoro ho no a ebe ha adwen enu nti ye de ye kanfo wo hene kwa mefrempon enyuma pa oye onyim so o city chess quarters onko abamu okwa akutuwa se ba bia mefiri market ebuye 3 good years ni ana ye de kobo MP ni MC menu kasai o mo amfi yan o hene kwa mefrempon aprobo mo duru ho mo ka kire no wankoda anwen ho ene aduru time aye boso and next week wase odinua kwa akoguso akutuwa se ho no mo anano no mo se o ba bedi djuma ho ho no mo unfortunately MPP asema na mekan na MP no any MC akambom baby a memeti ade obidumfo no abe penti school na mayen ana omkotwa ye no mde ko adum TV so omo no masi dan no enti se wanye bibia amayen a wo san boye kro no ana one district one factory no bi kan ho asem enye djuma but ye MP timi ko gina parliament e ka se ye djuma export plantain e ko Canada Sani pa we nti yanka se ye MPP fo nti ye koto aba ma ni bi mu ana na no me kan se bi omo bo apro no omo se aseda abato ne yenkotoma MP ti aseda de a na che so kwa ommo ayen because ye to aba de adanase ye ka ni aka biem MP e beda nase ontina fie ye betwe citation e de akoma no
yeah, that's it. Thank you. Me menya oba. Oba ba ko pe na yenya no ye pe oba. Mama ne to say, but talk asagu microphone him.
Nyame adome ho ye pa o kada romanti.
O te constituency ha.
Meti heya na wo mi.
Aha na watu abata.
Aha na watu abasa beti samle ya.
Yo na o support party be.
Oh, me die. Party ni die. Eno ani Asante Akyem North ha say ya wo say yempuntuo ene yen kan konti no. O ohene kwa me frimpon. Na me de me support no.
Na nsa na ohene kwa me frimpon ba na wan na ato abama no.
Oh, nyame anu nukure ni. Na kwa jo baaji ma wo so ne de na metuma MPP pa na kwa jo baaji ma free so pe ana me sesa me ho esan se MP no aba ye no wo mo aye enti no alaji sule ba mele usunu ba nyina no na NDC achi na medie ba ona bo ba ya so ne die me sesa me ho metuma aba ma MPP bio.
In this last year, 4 years, so to my NDC.
Beto my NDC pa.
And no, this year so presidential. Why not beto amano?
I know they will meet him. But parliamentary need year. Or he kwame frimpon no an eko. Asia honom na.
Okay. But na ose wo utimu die but die na bema wa decide say me voti ama we den na wo hwe.
Oh, empuntuo ene nkanko. Ene daachi say me gina hai me ye youth enti me etu aba me dwen me youth ne nkwala na e ba wachire no eno na e ma me dwen ho enti no me etu aba me tu aba wo empuntuo ene nkanko enu ti na me ma me tu aba sanya sa de a abato de nke hu hia ba ya tu aba pe empuntuo ene nkanko
yo na se me de Nanado 8 years awaba power. the mouse said marking 1/10. Over money saying,
oh, my money half, my money 5/10.
Adding.
Besides, there may be blame or honor or promising, so I yet. You know. My work out free education by free education, idiot, why yet. But near Canada, why it's Kanye. Oh, dear, I found my eye. Yeah, she say, election year be I at 10 years for Emma. Our money would job. And so, election year, Yamma would enjoy. I did this a beer, I had 2 near mum. Maybe you're judging me. And I got Tadia once a year. I did have a corner 2 baby. It's me, market, a good father, dear. Remember the 5/10. Sapa Pepe.
Medasi. Thank you very much. My okay. Mammy and Tia Mammy, I Mano.
If I'm from a blast Antoa,
but talk as a good microphone.
I'm from a blast Antoa. If I go from here, my Germany. I feel way about 1 year. Your pencils I was and touch him no for. And the MP, dear. You better know so. Now, so to Abba. Yeah, because you're paying Puntu. Ama, as I touch him no. Now, much for what for Abba, my wife. Ah, or in the back, I'm a friend Pong. Okay, fat.
Maybe best be some question, and maybe someone you now say, Presidential over trauma wine.
I know, dear. None coming to be that. I dear mamma Tabana yet. Free education. Because I'm a baby Kobe. And a mamma started say, Metuaba. Benuti me to my Kufuado. Yam Missy and Canacre. Me ban when you can west. Man to your school fees. Yam Pamudu school that. Or by free man and talk money. And I'm a descendant. I know, dear. Make us a Kufuado. Me dear, wow, Pia. Me my gas and 2 years. Abuame.
Ain't he a few over trauma wine?
I feel way, dear. I want me to no moment. I want them to buy so to dear. And one no fun. Let me get a park in the show.
You hear that?
Who made that once?
Awapa, the pacho, Asumje, and Kamunyana. The patron me did the Bishop Clement or Bo may a soft for Ankasankasa me wa Accra. Na in Fiena in me Bakuremo mento abawaha, but me kuroni. Accra na me yemi bibia, but my transfer me bibia de aba. Dating my transfer me bibia de aba. Or he kwame from Ponti and my transfer me bibia de aba. The reason is say, or mine da wono, on the book of your boundary to Tias and Menenam. Said your hip me from Pom and Namono. Now 4 years ago, me baha yene MP or what Susesia current MP Abetana so agogo emponisa or catch says so wini or beboya amaya yakwine. Na Nitia what your man said, Papa Bewini were Bermuno, Yakonwa catch say Unimba Bia your friend emponisa. As someone current MP a catch no and no antenna. Or he kwame from Pong, I was a humobro. Or ma by Mubet a Kunafo. Anyone Omunibi, and then Kola was shown school. No, a be so adasaso. And yeah, Asante Akyem no from Kwana Papa, Ayana de. Adia ba question woman say, and now no Yako Kumase by Yabaya no, na incidents kakresi. Ama sama by your police station ya. The Beduru police station ya say ya. Aye, current MP. And pro photo share, so say one babo me free say was software your politics. Me patch was software your politics in why day. Bible never hono and your politics. Say a mabunu niya jumaya, Missumania college your gumi, but to make what I not tell you. Dear woman, no. Matitia software over 282 peoples. And a matati woman. Maso woman, you now say more piano and Tom and not tell you. Nemom obia and canokore. It is a juma wo kronumuna se sorry marinya juma ni bia masofo no so omonto anoto wa yijiska wo he kwame frepon e abra wo bai wo ba ponisa hono ma current MP no anya kwana mai so obeye kwana mai MP do set wo so wo me anya kwan no na so wo ye kwana mai ya wo ye kwana mai ya ɔde no bɛgyina mmerɛ no mu enti mmea nkasa ɛde me nsa paapa yɛaboɔ ɛde yɛmpo ne nsa kwan no da wɔ sɛsi a enti sɛ obi ɛne wɔ yɛ current MP ɛbɛkɔntɛse wɔ kuro mu a ɛyɛ me ɛna wɔ sɛ me ne yɛ current MP no ɛkɔntɛse na nyɛ ɔhe Kwame Frimpong wɔhe Kwame Frimpong all the way wɔwi ne baabi yaa.
Okay, now also suffer your politics.
Yes.
Ain't it suffer? Over to about more here Kwame Frimpong.
Me second 20,000 and come 20,000 they are more here Kwame Frimpong.
Okay, now presidential level one about to amano.
Presidential no me a full MPP. But I'm not your current MP. Ni subani ne ya wo ye no kure ma sate adwem no fiti. Ma dwen sesa aya mama kwa kwatoa ma ye wura mahama. Margin as because you buy and all the metro mines you bet in a ha. As one of Yama, a police station, or police penino, to me, commander need to make a test in your peony and cocoa. As your police station, yeah, you're in a barco. A car, one with the second police station, near the second water I'm going to try to win Yanipa, Wabekuna Nasu.
Okay, yeah, that's it. Yami shall suffer.
If I'm telling me, Mama,
yeah, Joso,
your family, deaf or son, me or soon, Papa. Yana, yeah, campaign. A man, let's go to Banredu. I'm here to about power. Matuaba, Mitimide, sacrifice free, I go. I go to Kusai. And yet that time we are. I ask for you. Naminam Koyam, and so. On your back. On your back. And Pinot Omunipa. Kojo Banredu, Omare, or the Elizabeth Feltino, no Obuni Papa, no Donipa, and some Piotis Omunipa. And 2025, 2024 year Omi, year 25 for me, ye Tendi and Pino, Ama, on here, Abba, Kwame Frimpong, Obeba.
Na presidential and swear.
But we are no mistake. But we are no mistake. You talk about 5,000. I'm talk about 5,000.
Akyem North constituency, and as we told you earlier, this constituency has three front runners going into this election at the parliamentary level. We have the NPP candidate who is the incumbent member of parliament, Andy Apiakubi. We have the NDC candidate who is a first timer, Chief Kofi Asamoah, and then we have a first timer as well, but he's an independent candidate and he's a businessman who I know used to be a member of the NPP. He's joined me here, Ohene Kwame Frimpong, and as you may have heard, he appears to have a lot of supporters on the ground this morning. Ohene, you're welcome. Now, meaning say because of your constituencies, you would want to mix the English and the Tree, which is okay. Now, I know you know that this is an MPP stronghold. First of all, what makes you think that you can break that tradition that exists here?
All right, so thank you very much. I want to say thank you to...
Can we please increase the sound a little? Me pacho mama yenye dina yenti minteni ya okano nedamasi.
Right, so thank you very much for this very big opportunity. I want to say thank you to everyone. Medobia waba biase, medamuna mwase. Nukre media mihuni say Asante Akyem in 2024. Say before enana sebi yenina na yeninte ya ene 2024 Asante Akyem impo yenina yeniati ama impo akola onto abakra ni ati se okoto aba ana ebreso na oni na okoto aba obeto ama obi a odwen nipa ho obi a oye niema epeja ne manfo ono na obeto aba adiama aninti mentra enka ne se bi ade na efo na minim se ne mekan na Asante Akyem no mekra meka ho yenina yeniati aninti 2024 idie ekwakoto aba ama obi a yechiti sa nipa wi impo se aban emfa bibi mre ne kura na obeboa ne manfo.
And you are convinced that all of these people and the many other people who are supposed to vote will vote for you.
So to be very honest with you, say kasi yenyai wana watai uke from Ponwechi emra kai bia emframa current me found na enye say bia me kano sebia hantan so aba ye kwato na fi no ye nuanu ma ndisi for ye nuanu ma MPP for ezu kukuru eti ye nuanu ma ndisi for ye nuanu ma MPP for so na omuna jitum say it is not about party anymore. Abana ye kwakoto no presidential there sebi obia wo ba bia na koma wa opese oto abako
enti wo wa koma we
me patro ebreni drua we'll get there.
No, but you have all these supporters. Who are you advising them to vote for at the presidential level?
Asante Akyem no sene I said it initially obia niati Sabi, I am not in a position say me na mebe kire obi the onkoyema presidential debi obi aniate to omunim de somewhere.
Now, do you say that, I mean, because Nkofo say because you're probably better from the NPP, that is why. Oh, but I have done my background checks. You should expect that I would have done that.
I know,
because now we're a member of the NPP. And I said, yeah, 1 year MPP medium. And I now person standing an independent candidate. And is that the case?
Right, so what I say, oh, say, Obianim say you are a seasoned journalist. Oh, yeah, the banner journalism. What we can see. Now, also as I say, now, the Now, the one say, now, the one say, Obia Wofia, the Omutio radio. So we have over 5,000 people listening to Salt FM now. I mean, you say GHOne and the ERB network, more platform here, very huge. abusuafo wo nkuro nkitwa na chi bebree etie amantana manfo tie or manfo tie afran place etie agogo tie video mu tie na the adene say say question na kura dey bi kasa busabi
question is say are you a better NPP candidate?
Thank you, but I say me patriotic. Sir, obi jina baby eka say okay from Paul better. Meaning the person why the person will make the assumption say me a better about what?
Because now, you didn't win at the
majority. Whoever is saying say okay from Paul is better. I don't know. The person is coming from a certain faction and anything that they want to create that impression. Because last general election 2020, okay from Paul me a single individual me Ford F-150 when you do nim class ball Ford F-150 esa the machines egu the ma MPP say omofanya campaign e free onye no kwa MP otisi say me man me bottom sika $300 now
$300
yes me watch me go $300 and me the man say on fanya on one the other way I know over only over
$300,000 $300,000
I know say $300 na enye bibia but e bibipa
yes
anya biano me so ma hwene da now no one share me da but anya bia ma hwene da now anything wait na say okay from Paul enye better about MPP there be and I mean to me better about MPP because Sametimi di bottom sika to car F-150 at the machines gum asa mo musika so mo fanye campaign asa mo t-shirt amo mo sanitizers amo mo nose masks asa the radio station sort of from amo say o mo fanye campaign MP e ka kire me say oh o ko 2 terms o wi a obehwe na okay from Paul so aba bebo na say 2 terms ni do ya no ono enya scan wa ko chama delegate ebi 200 million 300 million 150 million ori eno betina bontin besu ye na akwa ko chase kama delegate one ni your constituent here boys echi abobo ya okromu a ke nipa enya tuma nye okromu a now these guys are so enlightened say omo say no this time no 2024 enya party sem obi o party sem o de be presidential level but the mabunu na enya tuma nye no o MP what me akwa kotina parliament. And you know it's a parliament. It's a house of records. There's no way Obibe can be your parliament. There's no way Obibe can be your parliament. Yen Toronto. Now wait in Yashi na me nim. Ako tina mra sebetem. Ya to obey you. Ako can say Asante Akyem of your factory wa ha. Mabunu ye tuma wa ha. Who MP. Odi body free ako Canada. Sani pa we ni esa ko tina abato ayen. Adakam koto abamao Debbie anything media I am not bitter. I will never be bitter because granted ye koto abana okay from Paul and Nikura na okay from Paul because you jina na so adie bia impuntujuma bia infrastructure bia maye mi wiye impo ye koto abana okay from Paul maye MP asane man mesa koso aye anything I can never be bitter.
All right. As a businessman, no, and I know you to be a businessman. You have several businesses. You move in between Ghana and the United Kingdom. I know that as well. I want you to rate this government's performance in terms of helping your people and even businesses as a whole.
So what does a breba Ira Mahama now opportunity as Ghana president. You're not from there, right? Now MPP never abamo. The GDC almost all my from Ghana for in a bit and young men are making one.
Now one person who to about presidential.
What I say?
presidential one now bet mama.
Adia betina me akoto aba me ni me do na wo de ameka cho be do me hu de beto ma no presidential.
Okay, before wrap up, I'm going to give you the platform to speak to your people very briefly so that we can wrap up the conversation. So go, let's hear.
That's it. Observe Muti.
Me pabacho munye di mame me that's it. Oh, me pamacho munye dina on kasaya science yo.
Observe for me don't say. Mo de mamun tete o mo nsem na o mo keka. If you say nsem na dia fe no mo beka bi pa he. Akabe enam yensa, enam yenu, enan nan am yakoto aba. Especially MPO this week or the betting aka kire nkrofo say okay from Papanko ebinu mu na kasa say won si from aba na won ka ho biem. Ebedu on omoboa. E ba cho mu de muntie. Excuse me. Muntie. The American said, and now no malanche me campaign. Me de manu disem atuja. Aka mani so ade hu. Ewo eniema me pese me ye e de boa Asante Akyem North. Na ene se mi sister ama me ho kwan. Ama me GHOne. And I say EIB network platform to see ya. Mesaka ama wiase na tie say. Okay from Paul say Asante Akyem North for 18 ehu ni mobo eto about the man 2024 afia battle imu. Okay from Paul ebehwe say amantena man ebenya secondary school ewo ho. Okay from Paul ebehwe say Afram Plains also ebenya secondary school. Na aboa ama yempote imu apija. Now, meaning say make a school as someone. No craning a meaning, you never dare to say. A yet free education by Apua. Sabi, Obia Bakobi, Enim Endesini, Enim MPP, Enim the Otuaba, Enim the Otuaba. Now, okay from Pong. Addition, a education. A idea a dama comasi, and unti, and a minyama bamumpo, Medimi Bottom Sika, a school. I'm a savior, Chidim. Mitia minimum kasa munim say me the bottom sika AC a dying I'm a teacher for on your son. Sa na me say si dying I'm a teacher for our better arrest. Anoye addition. Now a bano apomudin healthcare. Munim and nano mu motivi so. Say me nyama ba mumpo. But in your koteki, any of Brofo Koyen Omoya ready say, Omoba spending over $100 million in healthcare and agriculture. Now, the Ayabayo agriculture no any say. Meaning say a cruma, you don't body pa, you don't toast pa, you don't watermelon so pa. Okay, from Paul, Ebayam Rashebe the new Asante Akyem North ha. You best huge kesiye pa fertilizer factory. Fertilizer factory no minimum kasa muni mohu mwati. So okay from point to fertilizer license na won that. Now fertilizer factory no ibesi adi aboa ekuafo ama kuayemu opija. Now the time me pese kuayemu opija na no me ko kantamanto. Ko hu ye nuanu mabunu wo ho. Na e asefem na re ho. Ebi free ago, ebi free hidie, ebi free yoso. Ebi free PKK, ebi free miami bebre. Omuko akra so omuko akodipa. Na so omuko enyema nko yenti. Edu anadwoa. Esa so omobeda form nti. Na omusu go meyem. Okay from Paul free ho. Me hweto mattress ma omu nyina eto mosquito net e de ma omu. Esa ma omu bibi kakra se omu fanye tuma. Now saade na me koye ye no me hye me ni onu kran se. Okay from Paul ba be yem mra se begani. Be factories across Asante Akyem North Sebeya, Mabuni Baba Tuma, no Musatimian, Asante Achamaha, Amakia, Apeja, and indeed, the American would fertilize an abana, the Mishamo. Okay, from Palm fertilizer. Where a mere Kasami product. Where a mere Kasami product. Any palm you know, Aka, Omu pray, and Rashabe Japato Asante Achimov. Omubako makes Nesebi. Johnson dying, urine our crow, Musi, Ewaha. Now, so okay, from Paul, they say, semi MPO, Minya MPO, fertilizer factory, remember, I'm a clear for Anya Ejuma Aye.
Okay.
I'm a clear more picture.
Yo, may I say?
So I'm a person number 3. Now, Omopano, almost sound the way they want. Now, they wouldn't me a puff. Now, they say, okay, from Paul the Kukunte Swaba. I a tongue of the Wait, okay, Kokonte. I know okay, Kokonte Kwao. Me okay, Pounded Yam. Me okay, Tom Brown. Sanyama we nano me pamcho enye factory e no na factory no e wose e na Asante Akyem e ma mabunu no enye tumaye aya se Pounded Yam so ha we ye bayire fufuo Pounded Yam aniti am say I am sister one kakra because on the perform for onim and so ene amana hu say okay from Paul is an industrious person when it comes to business awrade atom the awrade atom no aniti e be make sure say enye law sem enye brochire sem ye be bia nyuma ma mabunu ne adwuma ye ba betoto niema ma akunafo akoso adidi na wase
yedase na me pamacho me wo NDC representative ne wa ha omo director of communications NDC rep no when me and joining him but ne representative no ewa hanum say it's you be taking a submission and sana ya wrap up conversation no me ba chona et say
me ne ba nya biado me hoye fa
okay ba choma me o microphone e kama okay me pacho ya fro say
Pacho, your friend Mustafa Osman, communication officer, Asante Akyem.
Yo, now candidate no way.
When you about say what did you come with us? And they are queen now with your my na wasadi Jumadi we say so, as you and so. In fact, me follow and who say, when you man are all yano, ever Guama, a nipper or Ghana, Atimia Nipa, Obetimia Sum, a Ghana, and Asante Akyem, 50 years. The parliamentary candidate, a honor which you could hear some my incoming MP. Enya call any 3 days or Omrankran. Ma, edinti Okoye now expectation card of paying Ubetimi Abano Abedrene a year of programming, but said the enemy say a year kind or the number when Timmy Ember kind. Na Empanifo can say Odayan Qua no Mako, Makoya communication officer, there is a semeba. Now the only one also Hanko Bayan, Bebe editor.
Okay, now constituency, I mean, himself has saying. To my NDC that now if you wait there, would you some better my NDC?
But as I say, when only a rehosemwa a toda as and only a rehosema as a young guy, and I'm a manage politics who say air course was Asante Akyem, and yet Asante Akyem North from Asante region as a whole, no, a challenge, and said, Name, T7 penny air Casase. This time around, a nipa war Asante Akyem North, any nipa war Ghana, any free war abatum. Say why a free BB social amenities. Free Kolongo, Ebesi Kromha, all the social amenities are Ubetimi Akaiwa Yamana about Tim CN. It was done by NDC government. A coin from Kolongo, Ebesi Agogo was done by NDC government. Say there is no major improvement to be a buying MPP, a buying a trouble woman or my head. And Kanye from Agogo, Kolongo Besi Agogo, NDC are buying, Ensuo NDC are buying, schools NDC are buying, maker schools are from kindergarten up to secondary school level, and now by NDC and Breso. Now, Arahosama woman is because of say Nipa Asante Akyem Agogo, I say MPP na Omodojino, Omu Pai or NDC. So we use school, hospitals. The same schools any acquire make once a minute so yeah. ayaresabea from chip compound to polyclinic and Jansa Health Center or my upgrading the Edico Polyclinic and I say Desert Health Center no and this are buying a so was so through a Gogohana will link it Asante Achimagogo and the other communities I know Moboshie Meka Ahatu a front place all the way to Mame Krobo. It's about 32-kilometer route. This was done by NDC government from Agogoha to Kumawu, Echemkosi, Drobo. So it was done by NDC government. And it's a Yatuaba at the Pempuntu, Yatuaba 7 years, Tunko. Not just by Nema Mabosi na Omonto Abama, and she yes and Puntuna. Now it tells you that some of the Abanamaya, Fia Minim say Isha line, Akopoya Domwa, you read Chief Kofia Samabe and Pino, and say, Osha Omo Mokasai na. They are peace. Omuna MPP for including me Penia or Casay. Omuna peace because Abino and failure. And this Abino failure the alternatives on a chief of someone NDC. And that is the only way a better midi and Punto Ayade Abba.
But set meaning set. Okay, Casano. I said NDC for her. MPP for her. Na NDC for na so almost meto parliamentary election ama okay. Na be a presidential man to ama jomama. Na je say o candidate no obede wini.
Say wa me da say. They tell me say I know say we a seasoned journalist because my follow umra na me ye akwalai na. But yes, emra me say. Oh, me say come on na me so na me starting say me follow. Say wa Eduma betima she said Eduma mo obi amanaye. Sebe obi oye NDC ne mapa oye NDC ne no. On to about my independent candidate. Ask me why. Because many ya wati hoyi. Last 4 years oto eye kaya Tindra Kesebi branded with MPP colors. And all the machines sim. And all the support to the current member of parliament. Thinking so kwa on side day enkobium now a million pennies day aba. But because of that, I course now, obitray a minute penny, and I send me Kutupa, Emma Oyade, or independent candidate. And this a Pempunto, now Omokasa would not say, and Pinocratic Minaku could go, Parliament, I House of Record, I cast a wire plantain factory, I almost 40 a plantain called Canada, I know no Munina, Mammy, Yafukromo, Emma. Na sabi omuni na edi atrono it tells you say NDC for no bejina ba bifako na yato abano dia ma ye candidate emana ye de awini so just a second obi be kase chief Kofi Asamoah embe ye MP omba aban wuda enti ade be no no as individual why ye ade abo ni pe wa Asante atno say wa mam just 3 minutes na me bobo ni ma wa ye so me bra pani kase me tin say wo kase wo ko onyem so a o si aye teachers bungalow e di amom say wa enye accurate enye nokre wo mu ni say sawa metna ko mani sawa metina ko wani sawa Sawa no kura wo asem no munyan se me pacho munye di mae me pacho
mutie choboy me pamocho we eye kabi mami nkabi me pamocho enyem tokwa Asante Akyem no ofofo mamcho mutie Asante Akyem no ofo munim se ye nyina sabi yedi ehuni ya pamocho obia nyabotre me pamocho mutie se openino ye miana kabibi pamocho mutie se ye miana kabibi na onti asia eduruwa me pamocho eduruwa ubetimi ama won saso empenifo be frɛ na de wo no ana wadanse na odi aba choboy yes na mo me ma jobro na yen to aso na yen tie ye nua no eye de pamocho
Madam was say me ba cho ye to aso
say wa me da say me ya Asante Akyem ha ya na me tie sorry the attorney say I am a present project we cost one so but I never knew penny and a project a community project Omato Omonsa Afre a parliamentary candidate. In fact, personally, when I'm a cement and then Yamakoma or Dukura or Wohono or Buabi said that is the fact. So if we have no me I met me a full car, Edward Kuronso, no one call him free. I got granted an interview of Busano Crego. Me personally, I'll pay your bills. Now they are Kohono, no one no Crego. And only a boy to confess a master of Boa, a year's out project in a cosmo. Over Asante Akyem for your crew be a young son. Project to be our hobby in so any school a NDC. Almost was say for almost 3 good years. Last year, and almost 2 almost afraid to confess someone. Bohos a whole night to confess a mamma your budget. And Mamma the Beramino can say, what providing so what the Amoma or Monum. Okomanama, almost 3 bohos, and these are buying the sea. Boho ni na say even though you MP ewa ha sa bohos me ense na say no MP na ankoye aban na ankoye eye yewre chief Kofi Asamoah ana ohima wo ho no sa besu frɛ no e ma ne kɔ ho ekoye sa bohos ni eden e de ma wo se si ya me no e ka say ye frɛ kura bi eye kwadabna omu ni nsuo in fact o ma assembly member mani atwa no so ewa ha yewre chief Kofi Asamoah akotu nsuo ewo ho enra and assembly man or honum ever far polytanker every call honum wa ya de kwa sisoro ama e dipe wo eye kwadam na anya nsuo aye den anom uko eye brentu a obi a wo hwe me bia nim se me start me politics e wo brentu omo e wo nsuo challenges are about 5 ball holes a e wo honum and this aban e na siye ball hole no mu mienu eseye eye chief Kofi Asamoah e na akoye eye nsuo no aye den e dia ma omo in fact ye call honum na me bra pani any polytank any akomo omo se omo twi nsuo ni bi emfa nko omo emfiem ba na ehia se omo rezi polytank ni kosoro e ho base chief Kofi Asamoah e na kotua ya me na o kase prentu fo so anya nsuo ye dai enom so these are the facts any kwanse sebe ye kase ye petumi enti ye kase ade amen ye kura no o ye de o ye enti eno no I was expecting senka ye MP ebe was a program ya se nanka aye debate nanka o sabe be kura nkraka pa enkenne ko parliament bi because enipa was Asante Akyem North atu abama MPP saa ma omutima ayo omode so what they do is say 4 years bi ano makopeska no de gu ho no de ama delegates na delegates na atu abana eden e de anwo dan no ma baye community no be ka say Asante Akyem de NDC strongholds enti yanto abane eden e ma wo in fact last elections according to MP na kasa numu asem am go video has osu sesika o maje no okọ aban mu ahwe ntumi fam kuntu okra ye the ember because ese okotua neka and the saber to aban ya mani biem amodi e common for na kotua candidate then the alternative no e chief Kofi Asamoah because ono onko ba wo siamba ya politics and onko gi sika bia e party mana na to aban amani to oba no abesom e nipa wa Asante Akyem North.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, that's all time would allow. That's all time would allow for. I'm very sorry. I wish, say, I wish Sanka may take him more comments from the people, because I would have loved to do that. But unfortunately, your time, the coins, you know, yeah, that one you now say. Okay, my producers have been gracious enough to give us 10 extra minutes. So I don't know if you want to respond to the things that he said.
So what did I say? Asem na de be ma sorry ti, ma me sorry kakra. Abusa for me pamcho. Mr. Mo, mama yen na yen ti. Mr. Mo ni di. Mami, me pamcho. Mr. Mo ni di. Abusa for pamcho ye ti. Yo. Onyemso ahunu metiame ewufia mehuno aninti enimse se ebrebe na panya aka se wa wadaro ma se nka onyemso hi etiame wa hanu bi he can give an accurate count of the papai eken epamocho now Ebrebe aba ama ebi mu aba bedi akonya ama owo ba bedi akonya